Hello, everybody. Hey, it's going to be a little noisy because the air conditioning is working. It is a hot day in Montreal. And so, this is okay here. The star of the night is here, of course, on WWV right now. So, still working. Only the S meter is not working anymore, but still works. Still works. And it's on 15 megahertz that I was receiving it. And for the occasion, we also have Mr. Paul. So Mr. Paul is in the air. So trying to get some attention, of course, as I start the show. So, hello, everybody. Welcome to the 40th anniversary show. This is the show where we talk about radio. Now, we haven't been doing this show for 40 years. We have been listening for 40 years. All of this did not exist 40 years ago. The only thing that existed was that realistic DX 100, and the rest is so modern, and we didn't even think about what it would bring today. So it's kind of cool to see the technology advancing, and the changes over time is just incredible. You would have told me that I would be tuning a radio on my computer. I would have believed you, but I would not have believed you the way we do it, actually. I don't think I would have ever thought that, we'd have a wide spectrum of frequencies visible at the same time. Of course, coming from a VIC 20 and a Commodore 64, Commodore 128, I could see that we could control a radio with, with a computer, but I never thought that the computer would, just be pretty much all the radio. So, hey, welcome aboard, everyone. This is the Shortwave and Radio Live Show. We have a show every 2 times a week. We have a show on Wednesday, which is at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Wednesday night. But it's Thursday for our big chunk of the world at 0 hours UTC. And we have a show on Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, and that is the 4 p.m. Eastern is also 20 hours UTC. I'm a little distracted by Paul the Cat. So welcome aboard, everyone. We have a chat room with beautiful people, and this is when everything happens. We got great people here, people that are helpful, and they're just a bunch of great people to hang around with and have help, and it's just a lot of fun. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink because this time it has vodka cranberry. Cheers, everybody. So basically a great chat room with great people that are helpful, and I think for a newbie, this is the place to be. It's the place where people are so friendly and they just want to help you start in the hobby and be with us and have that fun with us, and the when the show's over, there's the Facebook group, that also has a lot of activity and a lot of people actually. So this is like really really cool to be seeing all the activity, seeing the people have fun, listening to the radio, commenting, and so on. So hope that you enjoy the show. If it's your first time, well, welcome aboard. And of course, we have some people here that have been following since the beginning. So I'll have a couple of questions for you guys a little later, and so it's going to be interesting to be having fun with all of this. We're going to talk about the famous realistic DX 100, and we of course are going to talk about my progression, some signals that I've heard over the years that are amazing, and my radio listening experience, all sorts of things. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun today. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we're here to entertain and have fun with radio. Before we start, we're going to talk a little bit about the famous Ethan satellite HD radio. It's very interesting to see everything that we're seeing right now about this radio. Ethan is, of course, one of the major manufacturers of or brands of shortwave radios, and they have a lot of models out there. But I got to tell you, what's happening right now and what we hear about the new Ethan Satellite HD is kind of a scary one. But I'm gonna hold on to most comments that I have to give for a simple reason. I want to review it myself and have my own opinion on it. And because I've seen a lot of things, I'm going to explain a little bit of what I've seen and what I know. So, of course, it's a radio that's people have been waiting for that radio for a long time. They were, probably hoping that radio would be the, high-end receiver of its time for a big portable receiver, in that it would perform really well. And it's interesting to see people had a lot of expectations on it. So one of the first things I want to say is we got to be careful, because if everybody has high expectations, the chances that you will be not happy with a product is very high. The more you have expectations, the less you'll be happy with something. That's for sure. First, I noticed a couple of posts of people that talked about how, that they used it and this and that. And when you start looking at the fine details, it's like, no, you're a liar. You never used it. You never had one. So that's one of the things I'm trying to phase out. The real people that had one, that played with it, with the people that did not. There's a couple of things also that I have a hard time with some of the comments. There are a couple of people that are well known in the hobby that talked about it, that including one that tried it. Okay, it might have its flaws, but to not even consider tuning around shortwave to see performance, you had it. I mean, why didn't you test it? And all you do is just rant. I have a hard time with just a rant when you own the radio. Go into the details, and even if there are some flaws, still try it and see its performance. A few things like that. So there's a few things that I have a hard time with the comments and the reviews that I've seen. So there's, you got to look at what's good, what's bad in there. Mine is coming on Tuesday. So I'm going to have it Tuesday. DHL, actually, I had to pay the taxes today for DHL to deliver. So I paid the taxes for the delivery. And so it says that it should be here Tuesday. So I'll be testing it for sure. I'll do a unboxing video, and then I'll be testing it and putting it through its paces, trying every feature, looking at what I've seen as a problem, and some of the problems. For example, one of the problems that someone was mentioning was that the menus were not aligned. Well, I know for a fact someone that I trust that did try it, and he told me the menus are perfect. So, when I see things like that, if you see things like that, um, it's like, you're gonna. I want to have my own idea on it. Um, the number one complaint of what we are sure of, because that's one of the things we are sure of. The number one complaint of what we are sure of is that radio should not be muting when you tune with the tuning knob. It is unacceptable that a $600 radio mutes. I mean, in that respect, already Texan knows better. The PL990, the H501X, they are DSP receivers. They have a DSP stage in it, but they didn't have the DSP stage be the one that you tune. They used it for features, but they have us tune a PLL phase lock loop receiver. No muting. So what is interesting is, and that point, you could see that it is a receiver that, in the Texan world, the receivers are already, better in the way they're designed. Obviously, Texan knows better, and the engineers at Texan know what a shortwave radio should be like, because it's obvious with all the products they've been releasing recently. One thing that I was talking about with Sheldon when we were recording the International Radio Report, look at Texan, what they do. Have you noticed, guys, that Texan releases every receiver to the local Chinese market? And it's there for many months before they actually release an international version. Have you noticed that the Chinese market versions are the one with the bugs? It's that's their test platform. They release it for the Chinese market, see the complaints, see what's happening, and then they update the firmware, they update whatever is needed to make the radio better. Then, when it's ready, it's sent to the international market. What I also have a hard time, if that radio has so many flaws, is that it's not like we just released something that we decided 6 months ago to design and push to the market. We've been hearing about that radio since 2020. It's not like a new thing. We've been hearing about that radio since 2020. It's 2 years. Now, the pandemic made it, let's wait. We're not ready yet. But that time was also the perfect time to test it properly. I'm pretty sure in 2020 they already had a working model. I would bet that in 2020, when they started talking about it, they had a working model of that thing. Well, you had 2 years to have somebody that knows what he's doing tune it and see what's wrong with it. So, anyways, mine's arriving Tuesday. No, I have not canceled my order. I actually still wanted to have one because I want to do my own review, my own look, see what's wrong, what's not. Will I return it? It will depend what I see on Tuesday. If it's not too intense, what I see on Tuesday, but that needs fixing, what I would probably do is, especially if it seems to be mostly firmware, I would probably keep it, but wait. And when they update it, contact Ethon and tell them, look, I need to have this radio upgraded with the latest firmware. Send it to them, and they're going to send it back, like St. Gian does. So we're going to see. I have no idea if, I don't have it, so I have no idea what I'm going to do on Tuesday. One thing for sure, it's going to be tested, played with for many days. I'm not going to test it. That's the other thing that I have a hard time. It's like, well, I tested it for 2 hours and sent it back. No, you got to test it for a few days. 2 hours doesn't mean anything. HD freeze, it's possible. Even my St. Gian HDR14 will sometimes freeze listening to HD radio. So now, if the HD is freezing every 30 minutes, it's a huge issue. If it freezes once every 3 weeks, I can cope with that. What will be the performance out of shortwave? How it's going to go, how it's going to perform with my MLA30 on it. I will be playing with. I will be playing with it for many days and have a real good opinion of what I think. But I will test it for sure. I'll take a decision after that what I do. Wanting for sure. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see what it is overall as a receiver. But one thing for sure, if muting when you tune is a problem, you already know not to buy it. And I already can say it shouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that for a radio of that price. They should have designed it so that it could be some stage in DSP, but come on, it's crazy. So anyways, I'm looking forward to getting mine on Tuesday, and we're gonna see what's coming next for that radio that is having a really rough start. So and for the price, it's $599 everywhere. It's HRO, Universal. They all have it for $599. So we'll be checking it out. So $599. The only people that are getting it at $399 are the ones that did pre-order from 2 years ago. It is $599 now. So it bumped up by $200 over the 2 years that they've been trying to figure out how to release it or not. So anyways, we'll see what happens. And I am looking forward to getting mine. And I'll see what happens next following all the tests that I'll be doing this coming Tuesday. So hello everybody in the chat, and welcome to this 40th anniversary show. Arches Out of Crafter's Kitchen, nice to have you here. 45 years for you. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here from Morgan City, Louisiana. Matt, MDK2, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Sorry. Man Max, 2069, nice to have you here. Rob in Phoenix, Arizona, nice to have you on board. It's about the same temperature here. We're about at 90, close to 90 here in Montreal. What do we have? Serge, nice to have you here from Switzerland, and nice to have you back also. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here, and hope that things get better with your flooded basement. Chuck, nice to have you here, and 5KVO from South Texas. Thank you very much for the 40 years. Gary, 24 fan, nice to have you on board. No problem with that. Sunny and warm northern Maine. We have RJDA Dakota. Nice to have you here from Wentzville, Missouri. It's 82 degrees. David in Barcelona, EA3IEK. Nice to have you on board, my friend Dr. Sissop. Nice to have you on board. We have TVDXer. Bonjour, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien toi aussi. Nice to have you here. Jetcrafter, nice to have you on board from southern Maine. Johnny, nice to have you on board from Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia. Tibidostoski, nice to have you here from Medicine Hat, Alberta. We have Michael, nice to have you here, N1XTV. David Miller from Cherry Hill, New Jersey, nice to have you on board. We have DJW883, Southeast Pennsylvania. We have Nick Sharp, nice to have you here. Eric Cottrell, nice to have you on board from Boston area. What else do we have? Metalunar, nice to have you here. We have Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you on board from Rattling Thunder, Chicago. P.L. Frazo, bonjour et bienvenue. J'espère que tu vas bien depuis la France. Paul's girlfriend is actually, Paul's here, but Paul's girlfriend is sleeping on the balcony in the back. They were both sleeping together, close together, a little earlier. I got a picture here I can show you guys. Took this picture about an hour ago. So this is Paul and his girlfriend about an hour ago. So cute little couple. They're actually going pretty well together. They're not too bad, you know. There's not a lot of fights, and she actually likes Paul, because when she gets in, the first time she gets in, she actually head bumps Paul, kind of saying just, "Hey, I'm happy to see you." So it's kind of fun. Handy New, nice to have you on board. David's Radio Room, nice to have you here, Central Georgia, KJ4CMY. We have Spacebar, nice to have you on board. We have Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here. Bob Raymond, nice to have you on board. We have vodka and milk. I never tried that. I have no idea if it goes well together. Anybody ever tried that? Papa Guy Jill. Danny Shortwave, Radio DX. Nice to have you here from Yonkers, New York. Old Man Crew Talks. Nice to have you here. New to Shortwave. Well, you're at the right place. Justin, nice to have you here. Giving you a shout out. 1985 Shooting Star. Justin on CB Radio. Cool. What else do we have? Yeah, Eric. The first look at the Ethon. The first things we hear are not really nice. We're gonna see. You know, if they have a major blender on that thing, Ethon's brand is going to be greatly affected. You know, one thing that I find very weird, the Ethon Canada website shows all of their models sold out. All of them. Which is kind of weird. Skip, nice to have you here from New Jersey, N2EI. It's not off the market. HRO told me they're still selling it. So apparently it's not off. It's not everyone that takes it off anyways. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, KB2AHS. I think one of the biggest problems is that for that price, we are expecting something that might not be what we're getting. And so we already know that $599 for a radio is a lot of money. To give you guys an idea, that $599 US with shipping and taxes that I paid brings that radio in Canadian and the currency exchange. It brings that radio to me at 925 Canadian dollars, almost 1,000. And to give you an idea, the ICOM ICR, the ICOM IC 7300 at Radio World was $1,350. So for $400 more, I had that transceiver. It's really not that far when you think about it. So it's going to be interesting to see my findings of test. I'm going to test it many days in a row and try everything on it for sure. It's going to be still a full review. And depending on how it goes, I'll see if I return it or not. Joseph, nice to have you here from Central Coast of California. Tristan, nice to have you here from Newfoundland. What else do we have? ManMax says Ethon should have done much more. They should have, especially you're talking about that SDR-based receiver. I mean, with the size of that screen, that would have been an amazing thing to package a SDR in there and have a touchscreen or something. That would have been totally cool. So yeah, Eric, like I said, mine is coming. It's actually right now near where you are. It's they're saying it was near Boston. It was in the Boston hub of DHL. So should be getting it on Tuesday. If it has Dr. Sisop, if it has FM bleed through, this is FM bleed through capital of the world. So it should show here like the Saint Jean. I got another message the other day. Somebody was like, "Your Saint Jean is defective. There's no FM breakthrough where I live." Yeah, where you live. Bring any radio here. If you want to know if a radio has FM breakthrough, this is the place to test it. I can tell you that. So when a radio does not have FM breakthrough, I can tell you one thing. It's going to go crazy. So we're going to see. Andy knew, yep, it mutes when you tune in. So that is going to be a deal breaker for it's going to be a deal breaker for a big majority of radio fans, for sure. So Jeff Williams, nice to have you here from the UK. We have Darren Rogers, nice to have you here. We have Justin, that's a problem and why I didn't shortwave radios. You don't know where you're going to get. Always check out the views on how many stars it gets, thumbs up. I don't look at the reviews. The worst thing you got to look, for example, if you buy on Amazon, do not look at reviews of shortwave radios. They are totally inaccurate because the majority of people that buy it, I have no idea what they're actually buying. So they're going to go back, give 1 star to a great radio because they're going to say, well, I don't hear the world with this. They're supposed to hear the world. That's where, the knowledge and It's crazy. So what else do we have? Done. I want to have one on order from Universal. Glad they are working with Ethan to get the bugs with the radio fixed. Yeah, if it's fixable, that's the other problem. If it's firmware fixable, yeah. If it's hardware, better cross your fingers. I will not lose the taxes. If I return it, I can send for a tax refund. I just have to send a copy of the return receipt. Raymond Martin, it would probably be less of a hassle if it was sold today, still $349.99, like you were saying. At $349, we would have been probably still mad at the muting and stuff, but we would have. I think depending on the price, you accept stuff and you accept bugs more depending on price. So Dave Conti, it's possible that the first ones have problems and that they're going to work on the problems. Absolutely. PDF Radio, well, it shouldn't have been released too early because they have had 2 years to play with it. I have a hard time with that. Wii U Radios Tech and Intros channel. Nice to have you here. Like Matt says, after hearing it for a couple of years, shouldn't be a bad batch at this stage and at that price also. We shouldn't be. That's the other thing I have a hard time with. We shouldn't be guinea pigs. We shouldn't be guinea pigs when we buy radios or electronics of any kind. And that's the problem, you know? What else do we have? Matt says, Rob Wagner in Australia says, Voice of Nigeria back on the air. That's good news. We're going to have to try it out. I haven't heard them in a little while now. Neil Rigby from Nottingham, UK. Nice to have you here. Canadian Radio TV guy. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Nice haircut. Did it myself. And I did trim my beard a little, removing some of the length. Yes, I got a DX100 today. Absolutely. It's here. Look at that. Right here. And it's on WWV. Not very strong right now. But it is out. It is out. Absolutely. The radio that started all. Without that little black box, I wouldn't be here. What else do we have? Storms, radios, and cats. Nice to have you here. Mash the like button or my cats will scratch your bed sheets. Charles Williams from San Diego. What was your first ham contact, radio contact like band radio used tanks? Okay. My first contact was in December. So my first contact technically was with my friend that you see here in the chat room from time to time, Fastload, that doesn't live that far from here. So he was the first contact that I had. But the first, I call it the first real contact of a faraway station. Was done maybe a day or two after that 10-meter band was open. And I didn't have a proper antenna set up yet, but my Tram 1411 discount can transmit on 10 meters with up to 200 watts, I think. So I heard a station from Alberta calling CQ. And I tried, and he heard me. So my first contact was on 10 meters, and it was with a Yaesu FT450 and a Tram 1411 discount. And made a contact from Montreal to Calgary, Alberta, which is not bad at all, with 100 watts. So that was my first real contact, 10-meter band, and the Yaesu FT450. Off license, nice to have you on board. Yeah. You'll see if I you'll see if I cry on my videos, you'll know that it's bad. John Hummel Newell V5JHN from a hot and sunny Saskatchewan. Nice to have you here. Al H, nice to have you on board. WF7I Ombrew, nice to have you on board. Sorry if I didn't take more time to answer your message. I was a little busy, but indeed. Arturo, yeah, definitely. I think it's a waiting time for sure. And we're gonna see what happens with that. But honestly, just the fact that it mutes, it better have good shortwave performance. That's where I'm gonna focus a lot. The shortwave performance. You know, I'll be fair. If shortwave performance is good, if the shortwave performance is good and the radio is half decent, I will probably keep it. If it freezes on HD, radio. I don't do that much, so I don't, and there's less and less HD stuff out there, so I might not find that a big problem. What would make me return it if I get it? Well, if shortwave would be bad, and if there'd be medium wave or FM bleed through everywhere, that definitely would make me want to return it. At that price, it should have perfect shortwave reception. Also, I'm looking at how precise is it in single sideband. At $600, I'm expecting a radio that is top notch, exactly on the frequency when I hit the upper or lower sideband button. Things like that are going to be the defining moments. Performance on medium wave, perhaps. Not too many glitches that mean the operating firmware and the menus freeze or have problems. So we're going to see. But, I'm doing this so that you guys see what it is. And I want to see what it is by myself. For sure. I really want to see what it is by myself. And, if it has a few bugs that prevent some people or them from sending it, but it has amazing shortwave reception, for me, that would not be, I'm going to return it. But I will probably be looking at, Ethan saying, look, I bought this. If you do have an update or an upgrade of the firmware or something, and I'd like to know how I can actually have it upgraded for sure, or maybe exchange with a newer model where you fix stuff. Paul, AA1SU, nice to have you on board. What shortwave radio are you waiting for? The famous Ethan Satellite HD that just came out that everybody's hating. at this moment. So I'm gonna try to go down as fast as I can, guys. What else do we have? What else do we have? So here we go. So here we go. Arturo, Grass Valley, California, in the house. Cool. Kevin, nice to have you on board. KK7HGD. Ron's Archery, yep. Cool. Vibo, nice to have you on board. From Vancouver, BC. Vibo. What else do we have? MDK2, even if there were no bugs, I wouldn't spend that much on a receiver unless it were guaranteed to copy signals. Cheaper receivers can't. That is exactly the point. You know what? When I ordered from Ham Radio Outlet, the guy, Patrick, that I was talking to, that you guys know as Simon Templar in the chat room, as was telling me that they had one returned, and that the comment the guy had is, well, it's not getting more signals than my cheaper at Texan receiver, and that I'm not expecting. So if you're buying it expecting that you're going to hear on that, even if it was perfect, if you buy it expecting you're going to hear a signal on that Ethan that you don't hear on the Texan, you're wasting your money. That's not happening. Look, today those Texans receive the same signals that even a $1,000 transceiver will receive. If you're buying it for several other reasons. The only reason I'm purchasing it is because I have this channel, and you guys are going to be watching my every video about it. And I'll be fair, the views that are going to come with it will kind of repay the radio anyway. There's a reflection of getting something, buying something. Plus, I had some donations, so it's not like I'm dishing out the full amount of my pocket. The majority of it is coming from my pocket, but at the same time, I'm considering it coming out of the pocket of the official Shortwave channel. So, you got to think about that. This is my work. Technically, it's my business. It's, I have this channel for the purpose of talking about stuff like that with you guys. And so, you know what? Your donations, and you can still donate if you want to help out. Of course, if I would return it, I would be losing probably, if I return it, I'm losing the shipping both sides. So, be like in Canadian dollars, maybe something like $150. But honestly, when I buy radios, a lot of the radios I purchase, I would not have purchased. I purchased them with the idea that the views from the channel kind of pays it back. It's a business thing at the same time. So, as if I did not have this channel, I would not have purchased it. That is definite. I would never purchase a $600 radio, knowing that it's almost 1,000 Canadian once it's here. Unless it would be the miracle radio, of the time. I would have put money on something else. So that's the thing. You got to think. I think about the big picture of all of it here. So um, and since you guys buy radios based on a lot of my reviews, and I know that a lot of you have purchased a radio because of me. This is, um, you know, this is where you'll come and see that radio is not worth it, maybe, and you will be saving your money. The trouble of getting a radio and having to return it. There's one big problem today with radios also. We all buy it online. It's much more complicated to, having to return our stuff that we purchase online. We used to go to Radio Shack. We don't like it. We just go back and get our money. That's it. As simple as that. Now, today, we buy it online. And, when I tell you guys, every time we talk about, oh, you should buy Sea Crane, the returns are good, or it's like, don't forget, guys, that when you buy in your own country and when you buy in another country, the rules are extremely different. And I am playing by the rules of it's very different. I'm in Canada. The item is sold by a U.S. retailer. There are more of the, there's cost to that will never come back, even if I would return it. Hey, Greg, nice to have you on board. Going to a swap meet on September 11th. Cool. You're going to have a lot of fun. Maybe you'll come back on with a radio, Greg. Hi, 61 from Colorado. Nice to have you here. What else do we have? Zen Farrells, nice to have you here. Don Royal, nice to have you here. Horacio Gonzalez, nice to have you on board from San Diego. We have Scale Modeling USA, nice to have you on board. Please explain the sync button on the Texan radio. So sync is synchronization. It's a sync detector, as we call it. What it technically does, sync detection, what technically does is that it will, on AM signals, a lot of people are using it on single sideband that are trying to use single sideband signals with it. That's not what it's made for. It's made to, if you're listening to a shortwave broadcaster, say you're listening to Radio Romania, signal is fading, signal is weak, you have a hard time, technically, synchronous detection will actually, synchronize with the carrier and put yourself in sideband. That should attenuate the distortion of a fading signal in general, and hopefully make reception better. In fact, synchronous detection is a fancy way of tuning a signal in upper or lower sideband. That's all. The only thing that it does it automatically. So a good sync detector will lock on the signal without you having to fiddle. So there's an added bonus to having it when it works well. But it is it's simply tuning a signal in upper lower sideband in general. So it's going to help, especially in fast fading signals, to make it a little better. Paul must have had an argument with his girlfriend. Jim's radio check. What else do we have? Yeah, spelling is perfect, Matt. He's not totally accepted, but he's less inclined to hit her. He's less inclined to be bad with Binyan. He's more into the relaxed moment. By the way, guys, I am almost half an hour behind. I'm going to accelerate my chat room a little bit here, okay? If I miss a question or something, come back with it a little later. What else do we have? Yeah, some cats are sweeter than others, definitely. Yeah, DX100 receiver, Greg. What else do we have? Chuck Davis, nice to have you here. VE3FAL1 Fred, nice to have you on board from Thunder Bay, Ontario. VE3FAL. Mr. X, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you here. Matt, I like vodka with sparkling water, either cherry or lemon lime flavor. Not so much juices, and personally, milk has no appeal to me. Makes me think of a Clockworks orange. You know what? There's some cranberry here, but you know what you're saying, Matt? This is actually vodka, and most of it is actually sparkling water. And there's just maybe, a touch of cranberry juice, almost just for the color. Yeah, hi 61. There is a smaller version of the Aethon Elite Executive that is supposed to, from what I heard, that would um, that would actually be received in December apparently. But I'm gonna tell you, if that Ethon at $600 isn't great, I think a lot of people are not going to be happy with that. Dr. Sisup, Grundig Ethon Satellite works well, but downfall is there's displays fail as segments not supposed to be lit lights. Wow. Okay. What else do we have? Yep, spacebar. There's a lot of stuff you can get at that price. I can tell you that. Wondering if the last 2 years a supply chain issue impacted the Elite satellites. I have a hard time with that. They had time to work it out. Adam, me purchased the XH data. If you purchase the D808, it's great. What else do we have? Yeah, but there's no free shipping from any U.S. stores in Canada. Richard, nice to have you on board. Just received his RSP-1A. Can't wait to load it. You're going to have a lot of fun. Enjoy. Oh, it's a lot of money. Definitely. Does the 7200 have a fixed attenuator when listening anyway? My FT50D does, and it's the only flaw. I don't know. Storms, razors, and cats. You have to consider your influencer. If all those radios sold out, it's a good chance you and other shortwave influencers are doing a good job. Yep. Francis Moore, nice to have you here from the UK. Matt says Denver has a couple of FM stations transmitting at 91 kilowatts, so this is a good place to test FM breakthrough. BT Radio got an email from Universal Radio about 2 years ago stating that they were going out of business. Did someone step in? They have some kind of a web thing, from what I understand. They kind of removed the brick and mortar stores, but they kind of kept a web thing. This is what I understand, VT Paul. Yeah, I guess RGDA Dakota, every big city that has a lot of FM stations, it's the place. Chuck Davis, what's the thinking behind muting? I think it's the design. I would call it maybe a design flaw of the DSP chip that mutes when you actually the muting goes really the time of the muting goes hand in hand with the step you use. The muting is longer when you actually jump 5 kilohertz at a time. It's smaller when you jump 1 kilohertz at a time. And if you have fine tuning on many receivers and single sideband, when you use the finest tuning, it's almost non-existent. But of course, you're tuning extremely slow. Yeah, they're not the same thing. Also, like Max, the DSP based receivers is it's additional signal processing. SDR is software defined. It's two different technologies. So you have a much more flexibility in SDR for sure. Off license, why is it so expensive? I don't know. I guess they so if it was 349 at the beginning 2 years ago, a lot of things made it more expensive. Maybe they over designed it or something. It's if it would move from 349 to 449, it's like, yeah, for 2 years, okay. At 600, and that's a big price hike. I don't know what happened in there, but something definitely did happen. Sir Maximus Hardwood, happy birthday, man. What else do we have? What else do we have here? Hey, Bob. That's where it comes from, actually. My Ethon is coming from the New Hampshire store. Cool, TB Ostrowski. I always hate the fact to think about that I'm here. You guys are looking at myself and on a big screen TV. Yeah, there's part of it, but I find that the pandemic has a very large. You were using the pandemic for many things that I think maybe we shouldn't use it for. It's just a little too large of a you know. Albert, do you have an opinion about the GA 800 active loop? Nope. Sorry. David, the DX100 certainly has the looks of a proper rig. I started receiving shortwave on ICF shortwave 11. That's a portable radio. Looks great too, but of course, tabletop with SSB is a step above. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure someone is. David, if a radio makes you cry, I guess it's definitely be the signal to stay away from it. Spacebar sees a Hangrangda style rant incoming. Hen Krumbacher beer is the best. I don't think I've ever had that. I've had a lot of different beers, but Matt says it would be funny if all those poor impressions were cover and it turns out to be an awesome receiver. Not that I think I'll play with like that, but it would be kind of a reverse bait and switch. Yeah. You know what I'm expecting? And I'm going to tell you guys what I am expecting. I'm expecting a radio that definitely has flaws to fix, but that apart from the unacceptable muting when you tune around, could definitely be a pretty good shortwave, medium wave radio. I think that's what I expect from it when I get it. Um, I expect that the firmware, is like every radio, even Texan. I expect that if there's problems somewhere, it might be the firmware that's inside the radio. It just needs to be updated with something that is better. But my personal first opinion, because of its muting and all, and because, like I said, it's not going to receive something you're not getting on a Texan receiver, would be, I don't think it's worth the money. Even if it worked perfectly, I still don't think it's worth the money. Bit of radio. Did you get some contacts on the July special event? Yep, I had close to 40 contacts, including one from Isle of Man, which was kind of interesting. But I had about 40, close to 40 contacts on that special event. One is coming again. We're gonna check it out because there's gonna be a meetup at the CIDX headquarters west in Sherwood Park and Lamont, Alberta. I'm expecting to do special event station during the time they are there. So there's going to be another chance to hear VE2AQP on the air. So I'll be doing that, and I'll be checking, maybe doing a last one, maybe around holiday seasons or something. I'll be checking that out also. Moon Vision, absolutely. You're right. Muting at that price is unacceptable. Archer's out of Crafter's Kitchen. Ethan said it was dual conversion. Yeah. Well, the problem is that it's, look at the H5. If you look here, okay. So here is the old and the new. I wanted to show the old and the new here. So we have this modern Texan H501X. This is my first DX100 rig that started all. Of course, I wanted to show SDRs. This is the HF, the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery running here. The thing is, this 501X, and you know what? I should actually put it on top of the icon here. The icon, the realistic. Um, this has a DSP stage in it. It's using some of its capabilities for the bandwidths and stuff. But this is a triple conversion receiver. And it's kind of interesting to note that we have that $600 radio, which is a dual conversion, when a half price $200, $300 radio has a triple conversion on it. Kind of interesting. I mean, there's something about that is GX100. It's pretty cool to see old and new technology together, and how we've gone forward in time and have so much new stuff. Let me go down. Let me go down. Okay, let's try to catch up, guys. I'm 20 minutes behind now, pretty much. V3FAL says, I recall the radio that Radio Shack sold as their best AM medium wave radio was awesome, but many radios from vehicles were still by far superior. You know, I always found almost every time, you know, I never owned my car, but I always rented. And every time we rented a car, I always found that the radio was amazing in the car. And of course, it depends probably on what radio, but I always found car radios to be superior most of the time. Oh man, crew talks about a Redicus V115 to start as my first receiver. I can't believe the price that some of these radios go for. Yep. Just radio check. Everybody's calling the radio junk before they even seen it perform. That's not fair. And that's where I want to test it. Because I see all the stuff being said and all the things going around. Obviously, for Universal Radio to stop shipping, there's some stuff in there for sure. But you know, I want to see performance. I want to see the big picture. You know, I'm not the guy that's going to stop because it froze on HD radio. I'm not the guy that's going to stop on minor details. Even if the menu is a little off, it's like, I still can manage it. It is unacceptable that they bring it out like that because they must have seen it. But that said, I want to have the big picture. I want to know the performance out of it. I want to know more. I don't want to know just, well, you know, I returned it because HD freezes. Yeah, okay. There's a chance that 99.9% of the time I'm never going to use HD radio on it anyways. So, you know, we're going to see. I'm going to get mine on Tuesday. Yeah, Raymond, the LED, the display is very bright. That's one of the key points where they mentioned that the display is very bright. So I'm pretty sure that they've worked on that. WS7OM Bruce says having images on a shortwave radio $600 is definitely absurd. Absolutely. PLF Radio, I'm sure with one thing, Jill, when you will get the Ethon radio, you will give us an honest review. I trust you with that. Definitely. I don't base my review on the price of paid for something. Or because, you know, there's too much of that going on. I see so many people lying to themselves, I'm going to say it like that, ignoring a bad radio because they paid $1,500 for it. And because they paid $1,500 for it, they're going to be like, oh, that's the best radio ever. No, it's not. You know, the C-Crane CC Skywave SSB? It's not that it's bad. And I know some of you own it, and don't take it personal when I talk about a radio, by the way. I'm not, you know, jabbing you or something. I'm just talking about a darn plastic thing with electronics inside. And if you like it, that's all that counts. But it's overpriced for what it is, and it's missing key points. That's all. You know, stop going crazy because I took a jab at your favorite radio. It would not be my first choice, but it is still a decent receiver. And it has things that maybe for some people is going to be great, like the NOAA weather channels. That's all. Hey, Kelly, nice to have you here from Riyadh. Levi Nathan, nice to have you here from Israel, and thank you for the tip. It's much much appreciated, especially with all the price, all the money I put into this radio. Spacebar, yeah, everybody wants me to have one to review it, definitely. Matt, that's nice. You can get your money back from the channel reviews if you're one of the first with natural hands-on report complete with videos of it in action. You'll get lots of views, definitely. Hey, just my rand video. I'm at 3,000 views in not even 24 hours on the rand review on it. So just gives you an idea that people want the hype and want to know what's happening. John, nice to have you here. I'm in Tucson. Monsoon here is good today. I'm selling my Texan PL 880. Okay. Just going to say one thing. When you're never here and you want to sell something, I'm just going to warn everybody to take it, to be careful, because I could see honestly, Andy New, I would not move on from a Texan H51X to that radio if it wasn't for this channel. I'd be very happy with this thing. That's right here. And you know what, Matt? You're talking about antennas. Honestly, most of what people need to focus on is much more having the best antenna possible than having a new radio. Stop thinking in terms of, unless you have a really crappy one. For the most part, most of us have radios that are actually very decent. And the only thing that will make something better, that radio better, and make you hear more, is much more the antenna you're using than buying a new radio. You know, a guy ranted at me once because he said, well, I bought this radio because you said it was really good. It's not better than the other one that I had, and it's a ton of noise. And that same guy, I had told him, get yourself an MLA 30. And you know what? The guy said, oh, it's too expensive. Yeah, you spent $200 on the radio. The MLA 30 is $40. And you would have had a better reception. And you didn't need a new radio. It's like, the antenna is extremely important. And I got an MLA 30 for that reason. I did purchase a big W6 LVP loop for that reason. That is what improved my reception. Not buying a new radio in any way. The radios I had were already pretty good. That's the first thing I think on the first page, and it still resonates in my mind. The first page of the ICOM ICR 8500. First page, it said the antenna is extremely important for the performance of this receiver. Absolutely. Bad antenna. I don't care what good radio you got. If you've got a bad antenna, you're not getting much. I will say one thing to Universal, Don Royal. I'm impressed that they tested a radio before they're selling it to people. And I got to say that is impressive. That is one of the impressive things for me. That I think it shows their professionalism. Absolutely. TB Ostrowski, the best place to buy any Texan radio is Anonco. If anybody could share the website, Anonco is the place, and the shipping is fast, the best prices, the service is great. They ship from Hong Kong, but you know what? You will have, it's the best Texan dealer out there. Thank you, Don. Yep, Anonco, best place for Texan, definitely. Francis Moore, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. I'll have less tears in my eyes when I test the new $1,000 Canadian radio. Thank you, Matt, for sharing the link. It's much appreciated. You guys are the best gang that I can have, okay? I am honest, and I'm so happy to be here with you guys because, I mean, I've never, never um, in a million years thought, YouTube is that cold thing that you make videos and put stuff online. And there's like that barrier. It's, a digital world on a network. And it's when I started to do the live shows that I realized that no, it's not just names somewhere out there. It's actually friends and great people that first of all, I'm always amazed that follow me for all my jib jab talk and whatever, and just are amazing. It's like, wow, it's not just, you know it's real people that I would like to meet, that are friendly, that we're becoming friends. And it's, I don't know, it touches me every time, and every time I think about it. So it's, I want to thank you guys, because I mean, it's almost embarrassing to have people that follow like you guys, and it's like, oh man, it's just, I find it cool. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. Okay, Bob, WA2SQQ. Nice to have you here from New Jersey. Jim's radio check, Texan PL 600 to me. Radio seems like junk. It's never worked right. Overloads with outdoor antenna. It's not that bad of a radio, the Texan PL 600. But think about the Texan PL 600 being one of the first in a series of a lot of radios from Texan. They've improved design over time. So the radios became better, better, better. The PL 600 comes from, man, 10 years ago, even more. And it's, Texan is a company that started in 1995 ish. So think about, they started in 1995. They had a learning curve. They had the learning curve of how to build stuff. And as time went by, they improved on everything. So I have a 600. I don't hate it, but yeah, I will say it's not up to par to the Texans of today. They definitely have improved over time. So yeah, you might be scared of buying a new Texan because of that. What I would say with that is, don't be afraid to buy a newer Texan, because you'll see that it's light years ahead from the 10, 12, 15 years models of, they definitely have improved over time. And depending on where you are, and if you're close to, medium wave stations, stuff like that, it's possible that it overloads or something. What else do we have? Danny Shortwave says, I wonder if Ethan reached out to any. No, they've reached out to nobody. These companies don't reach out to anyone, and that is, I think, a big problem. They should reach out to known people in the hobby and say, can you test this for me and tell me what you think? And you know what? Our stories like we're hearing right now would not happen. That's all I got to say. I think that would be the thing. What else do we have? Kato is different. There sometimes you'll see Texan stuff, but Kato is different. It doesn't come from any Texan manufacturing plant or anything. They are very. It's closer to Degen. Um, I believe Kato, Degen, and maybe Redson are more closely related together. Texan is a part. Dwight, nice to have you here from Jamaica, Virginia. Ralph Bender, nice to have you here. Matt says, Pauline Mignon, that's acceptance for some cat. Once I had a cat that sometimes wall up on another. We had been stray and there was just it went. Fortunately, it was never serious. No, it's never serious. What I understand by the way that they behave, both Mignon and Paul, is that they kind of just accept each other in their space, as long as it's not too close. Sometimes. Oh, you'll see one in the wall, RJ's Hollycrafter's Kitchen. You'll see one on the wall on Tuesday. Earl Bruno, nice to have you here. VE1 EPG. Nice to have you here. James, I think Universal is preparing for retirement and mostly selling out existing stock. Bought some books, yeah. Well, they have new stuff, but, you know, I mean, they've been running for a long time. What else do we have? What else do we have? Timothy Extra says, you look good on the big screen. Okay, I look good on the big screen. Must be the hair. Others on the crafter been to the New Hampshire HRO store. Yeah, because I called Patrick on the Oregon HRO store because he wanted me to call him for the radio, and so I called him, and so they shipped. So I ordered from the Oregon HRO store, but they shipped from the New Hampshire store. Relaxing ASMR. Joel, I've been enjoying a series of videos for beginners. Can you talk about why is it best that radios not mute when tuning? Well, it's simple. When you tune a radio, I should actually do an example. Um, when you tune around with the tuning knob, you want to have a fluid, continuous experience. When there's muting, there's a slight delay. So if you tune at a certain speed, that slight delay means you have to tune slower to not miss any signals. And it's kind of very, very annoying. Tuning with a tuning knob, I agree with 100% with everybody. Muting, the most annoying thing in the world. So when it's, when there's no muting, it's just very fluid. You just, tune, and you'll hold the signals and you don't have to wait for anything. You don't have to wait for a few seconds or a few, fractions of a second for the audio signal to come to a level that's acceptable. So there's a big, big difference. And you don't want to have, if you tune a lot with the tuning knob, you do not want to have a radio that mutes. Definitely. Jason Sitar, Canada needs shortwave tower again. Yeah, our government is, governments. I think we're all screwed everywhere. So. VT radio, my two radios don't have muting. I hope not. Matt heard V2AQP a few times, but never strong. Never heard me. Oh yeah, there will be conditions where we're going to be able to do it and have a contact, Matt. I'm sure. Sure. Yep, you can use USB LSB to zero beat on a signal, and there's no reason for a good sync to sound better. You know why? Because it's exactly tuning upper lower sideband. The only thing that it does is zero beats perfectly, so you don't have the hassle of. But you're doing the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. The only thing is that you would have to manually tune it so it sounds right. And probably the reason why you might think it's better is that the synchronization zero beats, where if you zero beat manually, it's a little more complicated and you're maybe not always perfectly on. That would be much of the difference because you're tuning a signal in upper lower sideband. That's all you're doing when you're using sync detection. Yeah, but sync, what does a USB and LSB do? It injects its own carrier. Same thing. Same thing, guys. Think about it. Sync detection is tuning an upper lower sideband. It's all that it is. Upper lower sideband injects a carrier to hear single sideband signals. It's the same thing. Exactly. The only advantage of the actual sync detection, it's an automatic process that when it's well done is synchronizing with the carrier. There's no fiddling around. You don't have to play with the BFO to try to find the correct pitch. That's all. That's all, guys. It's a fancy tuning upper lower sideband that's automatic. That's exactly what it is when you put it down to what it is. Okay, let's continue, guys. What else do we have? Let me go. I'm what? Oh man, I need to catch up here. If I miss out on questions, sorry guys. I'm gonna try and go a little fast. RV Funkenstein, nice to have you here. Which HDR radio are you or SDR radio are you using, and how does it work for you? I have two. My favorite, the SDR Play RSPDX wideband. This is the one here is the SDR, which is the AirSpy H Discovery, and this is a great for shortwave. It's great. Shortwave, medium wave, long wave. It's really really good. The two that I have main SDR are really really good. Yeah, 24 fan. My sister had a huge floor model Zenith record player, AM FM radio. Discovered nighttime AMDX on that. Wow, pretty cool. Carl Weisman, nice to have you here. Moon Vision, do you have a Texan S2000? No, I don't. I don't. So I can't really talk that much, but I know that people that have it seem to find it pretty good. Well, that's the thing here. I have nothing to lose. When I hear somebody all the time telling me, well, you should get free, radios from manufacturers or whatever. No, I have the total possibility of telling everybody your radio is the crappiest thing in the world, whatever price I paid for it, because I don't owe you anything. When, I don't know, I don't know what I should say here, but a few YouTubers out there also have and take a jab at taking a percentage out of Amazon, because there's this program where you can kind of promote Amazon sales. I'll be very honest. Any YouTuber that promotes sales of a radio through Amazon for profit, for me, you're kind of not there for me, because I don't take any profit from buying and telling anyone to buy a radio. So I don't care. I'm not going to tell you to buy a crappy one because I don't have any, profit to make off of any model. So if I tell you to buy that, it's because I honestly think that is good. And it's fine. I mean, everybody does business and does its YouTube stuff in its way that they want. But I'm going to just say one thing. The official Shortwave channel is the only channel that does not embark on any programs of any kind on selling radios via Amazon or something, and does not have any, no money coming from anything because he promotes and tells somebody that you could buy this radio. And yeah, people are telling you, you're missing out on some money from doing that. I don't care. I have the total control of my opinions, and not sending you to buy a radio just because I'm going to make 25 cents out of it. If I send you to buy a radio, it's because it's good, because I'm not making any money out of it, and I think that's where I am, and that's where I want to be, as fair as possible, independent of everything. And that's what I am. Oh, why are you buying the radio? You could have fairness comes in not having in any way somebody pulled a string somewhere to tell you that, well, I'm going to give you this. That's all I'm going to say. And I won't say anything else. Vojislav, nice to have you on board. We have from Serbia, Carl is W8KFW. Nice to have you here. Kamikaze 76. Nice to have you here. VE2FDJ. Nice to have you on board. Let me go down. I want to go down. Did I miss out on anybody? SS McCarl SR. Antron 99. Matt, I always find it funny when people who are into expensive hobbies like are gripe about prices for something like the MLE30. Yep, I heard that so many times. Oh, well, I'm going to spend, I don't want to waste $40 or $50 on an MLE30. What are you talking about? Your radio is probably more expensive than that, and at least as expensive. It's something you could try. Let me go down. Jason Sitar, 8 months now of using the PL330, almost 24/7. Works great. Perfect. Harold Anderson is the antenna that does the job. Not a very good radio, but a good radio and a good antenna. Absolutely. They go hand in hand. Nice to have you here, my friend from Oslo, Norway, LB1NH. As we have, I'm the best host you can have. Oh, man. Daniel Mark LeBlanc, nice to have you on board. My mom moved to a senior's residence, and much of her furniture was put away in storage. Last week I found my dad's old realistic DX300 in mint condition. Oh, cool. Cool. Yep, there's definitely a bunch of great people here. Kevin Murray, love to hang out with you. Daniel Mark LeBlanc, is a very sensitive and emotional find for me. The radio works great and is great conditions. Nice to have you back, Joe. Well, have fun. I had its little brother, the DX302. Not that bad of a radio. Have fun and play around. These are radios that are fun to play with. Gary 24 fan. If all the knowledge of shortwave were on the other side of the gates of hell, we'd follow you there. So how do you get all these people in hell? They love shortwave radio. Maybe that's my hidden agenda. Robert Baker. Texan has had an official store on eBay. Yeah, I remember that, but the prices was always higher than a non-co for some reason. Laura Robinson from Scotland. Nice to have you here. MM7BFL. Fred Waterer. Nice to have you here. Radio listening is a solitary pursuit. It's always fun to talk to and interact with others who get it. Definitely. Canadian Radio TV Guy. Last week there was a garage sale and found 50-year anniversary CBC radio set. Oh, that's cool. Joe Spring, thank you so much for the little tip. Much appreciated. Little tip. Good tip. Much appreciated. Sea Biscuits. Nice to have you here from Western Michigan. Congratulations on 40 years of making radio so enjoyable. Yeah, Spacebar, you would think that Ethan must have a research and development that's pretty decent. Absolutely. Sandman, nice to have you here. My Texan receivers have fallen apart in a couple of years. The PL660, that chip failed. 330, or the battery terminal ripped off. I don't know what you're doing, man, Sandman, but they are great radios. Philips Radio, is the DGN D1103 discontinued? Yeah, I think it's discontinued for a long time. Especially the PLL original version. Because I can tell you, Sandman, most of the people that have Texans don't have any problems like that. I don't know what you're doing with your radios, but I got so many Texans here, nothing failed. Just saying. You could have one unlucky moment with a radio, or that definitely. It can happen. Something in a, that just didn't pass quality control correctly, but... Toobrook Tim, nice to have you here. There's content. I was listening to the BBC World Service News Hour last night. I was listening to the Voice of Turkey. I listened to Radio Romania with their excellent show that we're talking about the good old days of the Cold War in Romania. There's content. I don't know where there's no content. I just ignore the religious nuts on the shortwave bands. That's all. But I get what you mean, because I think you're still a little sad of all the shortwave past, which definitely was different. What else do we have? Francis Moore, my Texan 880 is just spot on. No need to upgrade unless you want. No, you got a great radio there. Absolutely. If tubes mute, they mute forever. Matt had a couple of QSLs with Kim, K6YYL. Cool. Yep, USB injects a carrier. Go check a USB circuit. A radio and USB has to inject a carrier, or else you're not going to decode single sideband. Go check what USB LSB does. Single sideband injects a carrier to replace the missing carrier of a single sideband. So it's the same thing that sync detection does. It only is a fancy circuit to zero in. For the rest, it's an upper-lower sideband circuit. It injects a carrier. If there were no carriers, you would not be able to listen to any single sideband signals. What's missing in a single sideband signal? It's the carrier. We took out the carrier. So you have to put it back if you want to hear something. Upper lower sideband puts it back. Same thing. And I'm not mad, by the way. I'm just very hyped. We're going to call it like that. What else do we have? What else do we have? What else do we have? I have a couple of Crosley MFM tabletops with DSP. Both have muting, and while annoying at times, you get used to it. Yeah, it depends. If you use the tuning knob a lot, you never get used to it. But if it's for casual listening, you get used to it. Yeah, I haven't heard, what is it, XFM? I haven't heard him do any Sequam anything in a long time. Definitely. Serge, thank you for the tip. Nice to have. Yeah, that's the problem, Francis Moore. Cutting your own hair works sometimes and sometimes not. It depends. No, Sync does not generate any other carrier. Sync uses that same incoming signal that's mixed in with the carrier. It's the same thing. They don't add any circuit or anything else. The sync circuit, what makes the sync detector different is really its ability to zero in on the carrier, and then it puts itself in upper or lower sideband. It does the same thing. If you would have two exactly the same radio, one on upper sideband listening to a signal and zero in perfectly, and one with sync detection zero in perfectly, they would sound exactly the same. V2FGJ, trust is the most important to build. You provide truthful perspective. That is why I listen to you. Thank you very much. Matt, that's exactly the way it should be done. No strings attached or strings that can be attached later. Yeah, definitely. Sea Biscuits, I've been listening to you, following your Facebook page for quite some time. I so appreciate your unbiased, informed downright. Thank you very much. Russ EB, nice to have you here. I'm pretty sure it's the same. But you know what? Well, I'm gonna research it, Bert, and we're gonna have a head-to-head on that on a future show. Okay? I could be wrong. I'll check it again. But I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. But we'll check it out. We'll check it out before we fight in the chat room. Jim's Radio Check, the MLA30 is a great buy. Yep, absolutely. James, I can understand not wanting to pay more on an antenna than a radio, but yep, some antennas aren't that expensive. Yeah, I get the drift that if you buy a $50 radio and you have a $50 antenna, you're like, wow, it's expensive with the radio. But if you think about it as it's as important, if not more than the radio. Think about it that way, rather than in terms of the money spent. Matt says chat fight. Chat fight. For the 40th anniversary, what happened? We had a chat fight. Aerial imaging, I like that. You bought an Ethon for 1,000 Canadian, but you still haven't gone for the Belka. I know I got to try it. Moon Vision. For vintage, I have an old 70s Grande Yacht Boy. For modern portability, I've got a Texan PL330. And for the future, an SDR player SP1A. That's pretty good. The MLA30 does not have a battery, Greg. It's powered. It does not have a battery. It's powered by a USB you know. I don't know, Sandman. Either you're really unlucky, but all the Texans are working great, and like I said, I got tons of them here. I don't know. I mean, I would have to. I'm gonna have to take out all the Texans and count how many Texan receivers I got. But I don't hear people complaining much about Texan in general. Like I said, it's possible that we get a defective from time to time. It's not impossible, but Mary refuse. Totally agree with you on not being beholding onto a particular company. Yep. Yep. Chris Hay, nice to have you on board. Texan PL 330 rocks. Because you're 660, that should have been pretty good. Honestly. That's weird. One of the things you got to be careful, Sandman, and we talked about it. I think it was this week. Um, um, but the the thing is, sometimes we talked about zapping the circuitry with touching a radio when we have some static charge, and we got to be careful because that is something that can definitely happen easily, and that makes the radio goes berserk. I've had my St. Gian, not the X2, the X, the other one before, for 3 or 4 days. It just didn't do anything. I would put batteries in. I would even remove the batteries for 24 hours, put back in, and it didn't want to operate. It was all weird. The display segments were all bizarre, and it had all come from the fact that I had touched the telescopic, and I heard the zap of the of some static. And actually, when it did that, it did it for 3 or 4 days in a row. I actually thought that the radio was totally dead because I thought for after 3 or 4 days, I thought, okay, the radio's dead. I zapped the radio, and I left it in the shelf without batteries. About a month, 2 months later, I look at it and I'm like, yeah, let's see if I pop in batteries in it. Works perfectly, like nothing ever happened. So it's kind of weird. Sometimes it's like, what? Okay, now it's working right. What the hell happened? The Ethon manuals, most manuals, I'm going to be fair, most manuals are so bad. Seabiscuits. I own the Ethon Executive Portable Radio and also the final user manual poorly written. I learned a bit learning curve a bit steep. Overall, it's a good rig. Yeah. Belka has no muting when tuning. So, yep, there is a carrier insertion. You know why, WFI, Bert? Well, I'm just going to add my last point because you have to replace the carrier. First of all, on the sync detection, you have to replace the carrier that's there with the radio's carrier. And yes, there's a carrier added in single sideband, always, always. If there would be no carrier generated, you would not hear clearly any single sideband signal. The oscillator creates the carrier. That's why we call old radios have a beat frequency oscillator. The oscillator created a carrier to replace the missing carrier of a single sideband. So I'm going to have a chat fight. Francis Moore, thank you for the tip. Harold Anderson has many HFM radios, very good receivers on shortwave, but loves his Texan 330. Sync detection, what do you think it does? It mixes in the carrier with, but Matt wants it, the chat fight. Yeah, but I think Sony is the one that invented the synchronous detection, and I don't know. We're gonna check it out, but I'm pretty sure it's a fancy way of just doing the same thing. But yeah, check it out. I will check it out. I will put myself on my knees if I have to next week in the live show. Are you satisfied, Bird? Joe Spring. If I use a U loop with an AirSpy Discovery Plus, use wire antennas with my PL 660 880. And antennas are important as radios. Yep, so absolutely. I almost had a Yupiteru MVT with 7100 a long time ago, but what else do we have? So we have USA 1. No, I use SDR Uno on the SDR Player SPDX, and I use SDR Console V3 with the AirSpy HF Plus. James M. The Texan AN48X seemed interesting to me since I could suction cup it to window. Plug it in. I thought reviews were a bit mixed on it though. No, it's not a good. It's not a good radio. It's not a good antenna. The MLA30 for pretty much the same price, honestly, for pretty much the same price, the MLA30 is way better. No tuning. The AN48X, the tuning is so finicky that you have to really like be very precise, and it's a very average antenna. You're better with an MLA30. You'll have a much better antenna, honestly. And I understand that the way you want it in the window, but you know what? The MLA30 is so light. You could find some way to hang it with the drapes or anything. There's no setup, no nothing. Take care, spacebar. Sheila, have the new Texan PL680. Loving it. I am surprised it picks up so many signals, seeing as how I am on the 7th floor of an apartment building with no balcony. If the noise isn't too high, that's the key point, especially a in a building, the noise level around you. Canadian TV guy, what antenna is on the DX100? Is the MLA30. I rigged it so that it could use the MLA30. James, doesn't the MLA30 require more setup to be outdoors? I was hoping for simpler. It does not require that. No, not necessarily. It's just because the AN48X is an antenna that works with a battery powered amplifier. The MLA30, the only difference is that you got to power it. It has a bias T box. You power it with a little cheap power supply from if you have a smartphone, you can use that smartphone power supply. It's going to work to power it. and it's not really more complex to use. It does not need to be outdoors. It's because the AN48X cannot be outdoors. It's not meant for that. The MLA30 can be indoors, but it is designed that you can also put it outdoors, which is much better. That's all. But you'll have a better antenna on the MLA30. What else do we have? But a lot of people are using the MLA30 indoors, and it works great. Honestly, works great. Hey, I'm down. I'm down. Moon Vision. I've been using SDR Uno for a couple of years now. Really excellent. Can't wait till updates for Mac. Yeah, the next version is supposed to be Mac, Linux, and Windows. That I think is going to be a great expansion to the software, because that's the big limit of SDR Play right now. It's kind of, if you're not a Windows guy, it's kind of not fun. So I think that's going to be cool for that. James, thanks for extra info. I know very little about antennas. Always just used the reel before. Yeah, and if it's very noisy, because that's the thing, magnetic loops like the MLA30, it's really a thing about noise. If it's extremely noisy where you are, that's where it's going to help. Because when there's no noise, you better with a wire. Wire works better, especially if you could put a long wire. But if you're stuck in a condo, an apartment building, you can't put an antenna outdoors, and it's noisy, the MLA30 is probably your best bet. Gamer, yeah, you can power the MLA30 with a power bank. You just got to be careful, because some power banks will switch off. The MLA30 uses so low power that they think nothing's plugged in. So that's the only problem with it. What else do we have? For receiving shortwave with an outdoor antenna, does height matter as much like it does on VHF, UHF signals? Or does it really not matter for HF shortwave? Depends on the antenna. Technically, a wire, long wire, etc., should be as high as possible, because there is some interaction with the ground. But that said, you just put it up the way you can, and it's going to work fine in a low noise environment. If you have a loop like an MLA30 or a magnetic loop, height is not much of a problem. You just you put it where it's the least noisy. That's much more important than height. So even if it's just 10 feet off the ground, you won't really gain on a magnetic loop or loop of any kind. Pretty much anything of having it 20 or 30 feet high, pretty much. Is GQRX decent? I've seen it, and it's not great. That's my opinion. Like I said, Greg, no battery on the MLA30. Rob finally made process, was listening and reading everyone's comment, coding Windows 10 PowerShell scripts. Oh, man. Yeah, of course, if you have an SDR like RSP1A and so on, it is definitely, you can power it directly from the device itself. No need for the BIOS-D box. So, hey, guys, I'm down in chat. So we've been talking about the beginnings of the shortwave. And so we can see here the modern and the old technology together in here with the empty glass in the way. Um, Pretty interesting to see that this is what started all of this. You got to thank Radio Shack because this is what made me tune to shortwave for the first time in my life in August of 1982. That's when it all started. So 40 years of shortwave listening. So I'm going to have a little, you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm going to get another drink. Whoops, another drink. And we're going to talk about a little bit of history of, things that I listened through the years. If you guys want to hear that, of course. And we're going to play around. I'm going to check something here. Is Voice of Turkey on at this time right now? It is. Let's see if we can hear it here. Yep, Voice of Turkey. The Voice of Turkey. Audio is not very strong, but Voice of Turkey is here. Even hearing it on the DX100. So I'm going to go fill my glass, and I'll be back in a few minutes doing more radio. So if you guys want to hear it, Voice of Turkey on 9830 kilohertz in English, a little bit. The audio is a little bit low, but they are coming in quite well in the East Coast here in Montreal. 9830 Voice of Turkey. So we are back. So Voice of Turkey, the signal itself here is very strong. It's their audio. Their audio is very low, unfortunately. So happy 40th anniversary. Hey, without that little DX100, I wouldn't be here, guys. You better thank Radio Shack. Maybe I would, but I don't know. Maybe not. Quickly going down to just catch up. And it's fun, like me and Bert having a little discussion of single sideband and USB lower sideband and sync detection and all of that. It's it's nothing nothing bad, but makes me want to read more on it. So I'll be reading more on it. Ricardo, nice to have you on board from Portugal. Always nice to have you here. RJD Dakota used to listen on the DX160, a radio not too dissimilar from the DX100. What's my favorite all-time shortwave station? That's a hard one. I had a lot of stations I love to listen to regularly. I think for the exotic sounding programs and music and the DX Party and HCJB was probably on top there, even though they had a agenda of religious programming and that's what their point was. Still, something about it. Radio Moscow is probably out there. I mean, I didn't turn communist, and Radio Moscow was fun. Radio Moscow was one of those. So what else do we have? John Doe. Well, that's a DX100, and definitely it's a drift machine. Absolutely. Back then, that's the thing is there's so many stations that it was good. You could hear tons of things compared to today. Oh boy. So let's ask that first question for all of you guys, by the way. What's your favorite shortwave station of all time? Let's start with that, and I'm going to start talking a little bit of my beginnings here. Byron, I'm looking to buy another radio. I'm sticking between the Texan 660 or the Jupiter MVT 7100 scanner, but is it able to go through all the bands? Thank you. Well, the MVT 7100 is a wideband receiver. If you're looking into expanding the frequency range of what you're listening to, yeah, that is definitely something you might look at. But think about any of those wideband receivers as not necessarily being that great on shortwave. So if you do get the Piteru, it's going to receive shortwave, yes. It just might not receive it in a way that you're expecting it to be. Wideband receivers often are a little more rough on the edges because they have so many the big frequency range and other features in it means that they might not have the best performance on a specific band. Harold Anderson can hear the Turkish station very good in Norway. Tony Magne, greetings. Nice to have you here from the south coast of Ireland. Voice of Turkey, 9830, S+20. Richard Califano, Romania, 7310. Good reception upstate New York. So let's check it out. 7310 right now, 7310. It's a little noisy here. Let's check it out on the got a few stations here. It's tough to tune the DX100. I gotta tell you. So, oh yeah, there's no offense, WF Savai Homebrew. We're having just a fun a fun discussion on sync detection and single sideband. But you made me want to read more on it, so I'll we're gonna check it out. I definitely want to read more on sync detection versus single sideband and all of that. Friendly discussion. What else do we have? Skipwave DX, nice to have you here. David, I think. Whoops. Let me check it out here. I just lost my. Be nice to check out your DX100 compares to H501 when directly plugged into your mixer. Yeah, the problem is I have a cable problem. I'm gonna have to check it out in the next. I'm gonna keep it here, and that's what we're gonna do. So in the next show, the next couple of shows, I'll find a way to plug it in correctly. J Projects, nice to have you on board from San Diego. Tony, West of Turkey has audio problems. Yeah, they always have low audio in them from the last few months I've been listening to. Don Royal, BBC, MDK2. I got my first beer of the evening. I've cut back, but Oktoberfest, Marzen Lager is out now, and that's possibly my favorite style of beer. Cool. Fred Waterer misses Australia in the morning. Yes. Definitely. You know what? I'm going to do a little something here. I'm going to put this here for a second because we're talking about stations. And I want to talk a little bit about my personal nostalgia experience. We're going to do a little something here to... that is okay. That's fine, guys. So... Interlunar, does anyone know any frequencies that are typical for full AM hams to talk on? 3880, 3870 to 3890 in the 80 meter band, 7280 to 7300 and the 40 meter band, 14290 plus or minus 10 kilohertz in the 20 meter band, 15 meters around 15440, 430, something like that. And the 10 meter band, the bottom part of the 29 megahertz, from 29,000 to 29,200, if you want. These are all AM portions of the band, and you'll hear hams there. 160 meters, you'll have the 160 meters, you'll have the 1870 to 1890 kilohertz part. So this is going to be these are all AM frequencies for amateur radio. So if you don't have single sideband, you can still listen to hams as long as you tune in those AM frequencies. Some of these AMers actually sound really good. So let me just do something here. And here we go. Okay, let's continue over here. Greg, do get a Texan PL990X. You're going to love it. It's a great radio. So, as we're talking about stations, I'm just going to bring out a little something here. And so Fred Water is missing Radio Australia. Radio Australia. Yeah, definitely missing Radio Australia. And of course, we'll have a little something here that's going to bring you back in good old days. This one here, I believe it's this one. I think it's this one. All right, check it out here. Is it this one? Oh, that's a slow one. You want the real good one, which is not that. I think it was up here, Radio Australia. Here we go. This is the one we want. So you guys are going to be in a trance right now. So we have Radio RSA
across Asia and the Pacific. You're listening to Radio Australia.
Radio Australia, 24 hours a day in English and also in Chinese,
这里是澳洲广播电台 Radio Australia.
Indonesian, saudara sudah mendengarkan siaran dari Radio Australia. Khmer,
Imagine, Matt, if you're sad, I'm sad of a lot of others that have left that I've heard so little time. It sticks in the head, Matt? It's incredible. It's like these are sounds of our past or of our shortwave listening experience that we'll never, never forget. The feelings and the emotions that come with hearing some of these broadcasts and interval signals, bringing you back in time in specific moments in life. Radio RSA is one of them for me. Brings me back when my mom was listening to the TV shows, and I had my DX100 set up in the living room, and I had my headphones on, and I'd listen to Radio RSA while I would watch my mom watch her favorite soaps on TV. There are things like that. That it's just stuck in your head, and when you hear an interval signal or hear something like that, it just brings you back terribly. It's incredible how the brain is amazingly powerful at not just a moment in time, but you'll have the feel, you'll have the everything that is attached to it. Any smell, any feel, anything particular that is unique to that moment. It's almost as if you were just back there. It's crazy. Don Royal got a lot of different views from the stations. Definitely. I mean, especially when there were a lot of them, we had different viewpoints. Pretty cool. BBC Radio Moscow. Yep. Here's the one that I'm going to play, you guys. I heard this one yesterday, and it made me laugh. Warning. Radio Moscow, almost 18-year-old plus content. And you're going to say, what? Yeah, you're going to see that. Radio Moscow mailbag. So Radio Moscow mailbag. And, okay, which one is it? I need to find the correct one. So let me click here.
This is your program, Moscow Mailbag. And here is Joe Adamov to answer your questions. Michael Brown of Santa Ana, California.
That's a good one.
Recently, we have a new form of entertainment in the United States. This consists of male strip shows in which male dancers disrobe until they're naked in front of women
Really?
patrons.
That happens?
On a moral level, would this kind of entertainment be allowed in the Soviet Union?
The answer to that is certainly not. It is not our idea of entertainment, any more than sexual acts performed publicly at nightclubs. I know that you do have this sort of entertainment too. But it's not for me to criticize your way of life. But since you've asked the question, I'm answering it. If you can have male strip shows, I think the next logical step would be, why not legalize prostitution, for instance? Why not? Why not legalize houses of ill fame? Why not?
Why not?
I will say this, though, that
Bad Americans.
we are a
Bad
collective
Americans.
society, but we feel there are certain aspects of life which should remain private, and sex is one of them. Mind you, I have criticized our own people too for being too prudish. But
too
what
prudish.
you quote, the type of entertainment you quote, I think is going a bit too far.
On a cultural level, would Soviet women find something like that of interest?
Yes, they
It
would.
depends on what you can call culture.
Doesn't depend on
If you
culture.
lift the barriers, you will always
They'd
find
be happy.
a few that would go in for something like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you got to have it, mind you. Many would want to see barriers to drug addiction lifted. Why do you apprehend anyone that would deem it necessary to walk down Fifth Avenue in the nude? I'm sure you'd find plenty of adherents of this sort of thing, too. You know, back in the 20s, we had a society called Down with Inhibitions. They thought it'd be okay, walk down the main street naked. Why not? To sum it up, I think there should be sensible barriers.
Sensible
and to answer
barriers.
your question, I'll say this, put to a vote, I'm absolutely sure the overwhelming majority of our women, and I'm sure that quite a lot of yours too, would vote against this sort of thing.
Tom
Are you
Sowell
crazy?
of Alexandria, Virginia. I was wondering if anyone ever immigrates to the USSR, and what are the restrictions?
Tom, we have no immigration laws as you know them, no immigration quotas. Each case is considered individually by the presiding committee of our parliament. You ask, has anyone ever immigrated to the Soviet Union? Naturally. We have Americans right here at Radio Moscow. I suppose the biggest wave of immigration was when approximately 200,000 Armenians came to settle permanently in the Soviet Union from.
Yeah. In what way exactly? I always thought that when more people wanted to get out than in, but that might be my thing. I don't know. I heard that one yesterday, and I was like laughing my head off. I thought, oh my god, how can you write Radio Moscow and start? Your question is about male strippers. Anyways, my questions were so innocent when I actually look at that one. But it was, an interesting answer. And yeah, it's like anything that has to do with people being naked and it's always very, very delicate and a tough talk, But you guys are bad Americans. That's what it's pretty much saying. Radio Canada International. Let's check out Radio Canada International. You guys like this? Boring. Let me know. So I started 19. If anybody out there has a link to a or a few catalogs of consumer distributing from 1979, 80, 81, I'm searching for, because I think I could pinpoint it in the catalog. I'm searching for the multi-band radio that started my really big interest in radio in general. It came from consumer distributings from 1979, 80, 81. There's only one place that they have them, and he charges for the catalogs. So, maybe I'll pay for a catalog or something. If I wouldn't mind to pay for the catalog if I knew what year it's actually in the catalog, because I would like to know what it was. It was one of those cheap multi-band radios that had a flip top with a map of the world, and that is the first time I ever had contact with was, and I didn't know at the time, shortwave. SW1, SW2 was on the display. I had no idea what SW meant. I didn't know what it was or what I would hear from there. And that's how it started. And I would guess that's like 1980-ish, approximately. Radio Canada International in good French. Radio Canada International. Any old 80s or an old show from whoops. That is not what I wanted. Radio Canada International, 9 January 1982. Here we go.
In English on Radio Canada International's African service. We're now broadcasting on the following frequencies. In the 16-meter band on 17,875 and 17,820 kilohertz. In the 19-meter band on 15,325 and 15,150 kilohertz. And in the 25-meter band on 11,945 kilohertz. In about 5 minutes from now, you can hear the shortwave
John.
digest. But to begin with,
WBCQ didn't get approval for the WHRI
warned
station.
the West today that economic sanctions against the Warsaw government will only prolong martial law and bring more suffering to the Polish people. The warning was voiced at a news conference given by 4 leading figures in the military administration, which assumed power nearly a month ago. At the same time, authorities lifted censorship of reports by foreign correspondents.
I'm going to pause this for a second. I'm just going to go through the chat room. I'm going to continue the recordings. Bob says, WA2SQQ, that Radio Peking sent the QSL a copy of Chairman Mao's Red Book. Gamer, I've been only been into shortwave for about 4 years now, but my favorite station is Charleston Radio International 5140. Harvey, Radio Bonaire. Yeah, there was Transworld Radio in Bonaire. And there was Radio Netherlands transmitting from the Bonaire transmitter side. Bob, yep, Radio Netherlands. Joel, nice to have you here from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Jim's Radio Check. Anything that doesn't have rudder stare. What else do we have? Let me just go down here. Okay, here we go. So, like I said, Bert, WF7 Iomber, there's absolutely no offense at all. To offend me or be really, really get you on my bad side, you really have to be rough. I'm going to tell you that. RJ Dakota, always enjoyed Radio Australia. Third place, but very cool, was a shortwave station, 15170. Yeah, Radio France Outre-mer, RFO, from Tahiti. One of the French outlets. Let's get rid of the X. I used to like to get Radio Australia just before the sun came up every morning. Yeah, that was like our coffee moment. We woke in North America. We would wake up and have our coffee and breakfast listening to Radio Australia. That was the thing. That really was the thing back then, honestly. Tony, heard Texas Trader Shortwave 15770. Testing to Europe. And sent a EQSL. Cool. 5850 has not been making it well. I should write to John at Voice of the Report of the Week. 5850, you know what? I think it's jammed by Cuba, because it has this noise or white noise over it. And on 5850, it's not been making it well. You should be on 5950. That one really rocks. Yeah, that's a pretty good run. Absolutely, Matt, for about 2 hours and 15 minutes into it. Yeah, not bad. Sal Morial, nice to have you here. But I think 5850 is jammed, or there's some other signal. It could be, 5850 is technically kind of a little outside the real international broadcast band. Maybe it could be a utility signal that's interfering. Hey, Keegan the Xer, nice to have you on board, my friend. Just go down fast. Tony Mann, you can hear lots of Dutch pirates in the 1600 to 1710 medium wave frequency range. What else do we have? Skinner, the TV guy, for the longest time I thought it was just me having interference issues, but no. 5850 is not good. It's not good here either. Your mother, Matt, your mother-in-law is Australian. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of those that I can play that really makes me sad and kind of go back in time. Really crazy. Sheila, missing Voice of the Andes. We're going to have something on that. You know what, guys? Hang in there. I'm going to go through some of these broadcasts, okay? We're going to find something to play of all of your favorite broadcasts. I'll ask one thing. I'll go down the chat, okay, real fast. Just quickly put what broadcast, what station you would like to hear a clip of in the chat, and I will find something, okay? So now, even if you've posted it before, post it again so I can see it. BBC to Western Hemisphere. Yeah, that 5975 frequency in the evening was just so amazing. When we say we miss something only the day that we see it disappear, well, shortwave has a lot of that. We miss a lot of broadcasts until it became the end and it wasn't there anymore. And we took for granted a lot of those broadcasts. And today we think about it and you're like, wow. I'm happy because the BBC, for example, 9915 at 04 UT, really good signal here usually, helps compensate. But, it's not the evening BBC broadcast on 5975. Tony Magna, our life's precious gift. You felt it once or twice, how everything comes once, but once a million times. Matt, Radio Australia was frustrating to me because there seemed to be a real push to bring it back. So I had real hope they would revive it, but then it fell apart. Yeah, that's the thing. Shannon Varma, 3413. Can I get it? Yeah, absolutely. I probably can get it. I usually get it here. It's what? 3. Let me check it out here. Upper sideband. It's kind of very weak at this time. A little later, probably a little later will be better for me. Sun's still up for a while. My wife reminded me that Radio Australia's interval signal was a popular Australian tune called Waltz in Matilda. Yep. So sorry, but that I had to play that Moscow mailbag, guys. Sorry. It was just like prudishness was a shared trait. Yep. Yeah. We're going to play Midnight in Moscow tonight. I'm going to play it a little later. Fred Water. Yes, they would. Yeah, they would. Come on. Hook 911 would like to find something on shortwave beside Brother Terror. There's a lot more than that. but you have to tune and search for the signals correctly at correct time and frequencies. You're going to hear a lot of stuff. So, and no, he was not a good dude. He was a horrible dude that has molested people. Let's just say it like that. Ritz Stickham, RCI had some good programming. Fred Water, starting with male strippers is actually genius. It gets one's attention. Absolutely. You just continue listening to the mailbag. They chose that for sure for that reason. All those lusty, bad Americans are going to listen now. Maybe become communists because of this. Francis Moore, you're a great person, Francis. I know what it feels like. And, I'm there too. So I can tell you, I know how hard it is. And hang in there. And, this community is there for that also. You come here and you can just, take your mind off of all of it. Oh, man. So stations that's not preaching, well, you can listen to Voice of Turkey, Radio Romania, Radio Prague. Lots of programming on WRMI is nothing that is preaching. You can listen to utility signals. You can listen to so many other things. It's all how you focus on shortwave. If you focus on preaching, well, you're just stop focusing on that and do something else. There's a lot more than that. I'll tell you that. What else do we have? Frank Ireland, nice to have you here from West Central Florida. That's Fred Water. Fred Water is, he knows it. In case you guys don't know, you should read his column on the Spectrum Monitor. Red Stickham, QSL from Radio Tahiti back in 1980. Matt, 9580, 1780 and 17840 in the evening. Yep. It's a setting, Frank Ireland. You have to go into setting. Just click the settings. That's where you activate or deactivate timestamps. Bob Raymond, there was a big difference between pre-Glasnost Joe Adamov and post-Glasnost Joe Adamov. Still, I listen to Joe regularly. He has a personality of his own that is very unique. And I don't know why there's some attraction. You listen to his voice, you will listen to what he has to say. That Joe Adamov, I wasn't born, but I know for a fact that Joe Adamov was here in Montreal in the 1967 World's Fair. He was one of the guys at the USSR booth. And apparently he had a great time here in Montreal. I actually heard him talk about that. I don't remember where, on what show, but he was interviewed for all sorts of things. And he, or maybe was it the Moscow mailbag, and there was somebody asking a question about Canada. And I think he was mentioning when he came here in 1967 at the World's Fair, and he was part of the USSR team that was here, of all the countries that were represented. And Joe Adamov was here. So it's kind of cool. Chas Tank, nice to have you here from Louisville, Kentucky. Okay, so people are posting what they want. And okay, the old one, okay, I'm going to stop here because you guys are putting your choices. And if we want to have them, we're going to go next. I'm just going to continue
this. Say they must file by telex through a government observance of martial law regulation under which they will. The Nicaraguan government says it has uncovered a foreign...
CUJ, Mexico.
Oh, here we go.
Heard on the African service last Saturday. First edition of the Shortwave Listeners Digest for 1982. The first edition that didn't get battered to death by the winter weather in Sackville, that is. Last weekend was
Shortwave
largely
listening
a
digest
write-off
from
as far as the
RCI.
African and European services were concerned, and a partial write-off for the North American service. As a result of this meteorological ineptitude on the part of old Mother Nature, which showed up in the form of the worst.
Oh man, I was such a
snowstorm in
sucker
10
for
years
getting
out
all
the
of these
Maritime provinces
radio
in eastern
shows.
Canada. A storm
I always
which
wanted to
dumped
listen
some
to those
60
DX and
centimeters
radio
of
shows back
snow
then.
and freezing rain on our Sackville transmitter plant and antenna farm, amongst other places in the Maritime provinces last weekend. The Shortwave Listeners Digest wasn't heard on the African service last Saturday or on
Ian
the
McFarlane.
0100 UTC
Hey, Simon
broadcast
Templar,
on the
nice to have
North
you here.
American service on UTC Monday. So, no doubt a good many of our listeners missed the program last weekend. So, in view of the fact that there were two very important features included in last week's program, those were Glenn Hauser's annual year-end review of the shortwave world.
Oh, really,
Larry
Fred?
Maggie's
There's
test report on the
a clip of
Panasonic
Joe Adamo on the
RX
Expo
9000 receiver.
on the CBC. I'm going to have to check
Program
that
this
out.
week and next week will be including a repeat airing of those two items. Glenn Hauser will be getting the repeat treatment tonight, and Larry Magny will be with us in the program next week. So, Glenn, the podium is all yours for the first part of your look back at 1981.
In 1981, we welcomed some new stations to shortwave.
Man, look at the
Radio
voice of...
Barbados in the Pacific, the Voice of Hope, Lebanon, Radio Antena Libre, Ecuador,
Wow.
La
Glenn
Voz de
Hauser's
Mosquitia,
voice from
Honduras,
1982 compared to
Radio
today.
Transamazónica, Colombia, XEUJ, Mexico.
40 years ago. That's 40 years ago, by the way. 1982. Same year that I started.
Coming from Tongyi. Our breath was baited for the promised appearance from New Orleans of WRNO. Returning to shortwave activity were Africa number 1, Gabon, XEXQ, Mexico.
Oh, man,
Radio
Africa
Uganda,
number 1 in Gabon.
Radio Yemeni, Bolivia, Galet Sahara, Israel, Radio Clarin, Dominican Republic, to the displeasure of the Cubans who jam it. And I wish I could add Radio Caroline. Costa Rica finally disposed of Radio Noticias del Continente, which claimed to have solidarity from Sweden, Canada, and many other Latin American countries, but which later provoked an airplane hijacking. And Radio Noticias may still have another life to live. Little was done in the U.S. to stop anti-Castro pirates. Sola Voz del Cid, Radio Cuba Libre, Radio Libertad Cubana, and many others broadcast as they pleased.
So, man, that's a Glenn Hauser, a younger Glenn Hauser. You know, you guys are talking about his voice today. I got to say that, hey, Bert, it was great to see you also. Don't worry, no problem. I'm going to go and check out sync detection and all of that. And you know what? It's always fun to have you here. Stay safe, my friends. You know, when I guess it's about 10 years ago, I remember that there was a moment where he took a break, and he we don't know because we don't have a lot of news from that guy, but he had some health problems about 10 years ago. When he came back after the World Radio podcast was off for a few weeks, his voice wasn't the same again. So I guess something happened that was probably a major health problem. And, we were talking about that. I was talking about that with Sheldon Harvey, of all of these people like Glenn Hauser getting older, Hey, Kevin, nice to have you here, WS2H. Thank you so much. And have fun tonight. And you know what? I probably his health isn't in the best shape. At the Winterfest that happened this year, we wanted to have him. We Sheldon and a few people contacted Glenn Hauser. We were ready to help in any way we can, even send a webcam, whatever was needed, so that he could participate into the Winterfest. And maybe we hope to either talk to him or interview him at that time period. And he didn't say no at first, but never came back. So I guess, I know Glenn Hauser is a very solitary guy, and I think that, and he's very camera shy. So I think he just stayed there, and didn't come to it, which is sad because it would have been fun. But it's part. But when we talk about how all of this, um, all the people that are doing these things like Glenn Hauser, we're all getting older. I'm still compared to a lot of the shortwave guys, I'm still a young guy, but we're getting older, and you get to wonder, when all of this, when something happens and all of this, people go, and whatever happens, um, it it makes you wonder that one day, the world of radio podcast or show will never not be on the air anymore. Nobody's going to be there to take it over. I do this. This is kind of cool. There's a lot of people that do different styles of whatever they do. I don't think nobody does what I do the way I do, and as long as I do it. Um, you got to think about it. It's like, when we were talking earlier about enjoy the moment, because when something goes away, that's when you're going to miss it. And you'll realize that, you had something fantastic going on, and now it's gone. Don't forget, even this one day will be gone. Not tomorrow, not next week, hopefully. But, someday it's going to happen. And let's just enjoy the moment, enjoy what we have. It's something that is that we all often think about. And Glenn Hauser won't be there forever. I don't know what age he is, but he must be really close to 80 years old. That guy is like, he's been there forever. You know. Okay, no more depressing stuff. Fred Waterer wants Radio Netherlands. Radio Netherlands. Yeah, that's exactly the phrase. Rob said, something to be cherished. Yes. Yes. Carlos Rubens, nice to have you here. Yeah, Arnie Caro, the Canadian Radio TV guy. Arnie Caro, absolutely. So he's 77. Okay, thanks, Matt. 77 now. Arnie Caro is one of them that, I miss, I mean, whether you like or not, Radio Havana, Cuba, we're not there. It's, I miss one thing. I miss the Extras Unlimited. It was that kind of, go with the flow, just whatever we're going to talk about radio show. And the distinct voice of Arnie Coro also on the air, Okay, Radio Netherlands. Let's check out what we find with Radio Netherlands. Okay, radio. Oops. Radio Netherlands. Berland. Shortwave. Okay. What would be interesting here? Oh, this is an interesting one from 11-meter band. 11-meter band. But there's one here. This one is on 25 megahertz. Yeah. Sorry, guys. There we go. Recorded shortwave history. Radio Netherlands, October 29th, 1972, on 25620. 25620. Hey, Scott, KC2CAD.
Luisteraars, goedenavond. Hier is Radio Nederland, Wereldomroep in Hilversum.
Radio Nederland.
Met een uitzending gericht op Zuidoost-Azië en het Pacificgebied.
Radio
Dit
Nederland.
programma wordt dagelijks uitgezonden van 11 uur tot 12 uur 20 GMT in de 11 en in de 13 meter band op frequenties 25.620 en 21.570 kHz. En dit is Gert van der Engelen die u weer hartelijk welkom heet bij onze uitzendingen. Ik zal even vertellen wat er vandaag allemaal zo gaat gebeuren. We beginnen zo dadelijk met nieuws, gevolgd door een commentaar. En
So Radio Netherlands. Radio Nederland. I almost did a big blunder here. I almost killed the stream. Oof, I did not. Okay. So Radio Netherlands. Yep, that was one. By the way, if you look at or Google Jonathan Marks, he has a lot of the media networks shows online. So Sergio Durantes, nice to have you here. Yeah, close call, Keegan DX. Absolutely. For a moment, I was like, oops, what did I just click on? I thought it was off. I was like, oops. Okay. So let's check it out here. WRNO. Do we have a... Yeah, I think we do. If we look at a... Let me check it out here. WRNO Rock of the World. Do we have one here? I believe. That's my introduction to WRNO. So in 1982, when I started listening to shortwave, WRNO was the only rock music station on shortwave. And so it was one of the stations I tuned regularly. I find it cool that there was a rock music station on the air on shortwave. Definitely not the WRNO. It still exists. Some people think it's not. WRNO is in the evening, 7505, but it's not what WRNO was in the past. So here we are, commercial stations. And let's go here. I'm going to find it. I believe I have a recording here. WRNO Worldwide from 1982. If you guys want to hear that, here it is.
This is WRNO Worldwide, broadcasting from the United States of America.
Oh, man, I remember that. So well.
From way down yonder in New Orleans on the Mississippi Delta, the sound of the calliope aboard the steamboat Natchez tells you that you're listening to the Rock of the World, WRNO Worldwide, an international service of Gulf South Broadcasters. WRNO Worldwide now begins another day's broadcasting activities on the following frequencies, all times Universal Coordinated Time, from 1800 to 2000 hours at 17,895 in the 16-meter.
I don't remember the name of that guy. He's the owner of WRNO at the time. I believe he died.
From 2200 to 0 hours at 11,890 in the 25-meter band. From midnight to 0200 hours UTC at 11,965 in the 25-meter band, and from 0200 to 0700
Joe Costello. Thank you, Fred Water. Joe Costello.
in the 49-meter band.
He passed away, right?
From
Yeah.
Bourbon Street,
He
the
passed
French
away.
Quarter, home of Dixieland. This is the Rock of the World, WRNO Worldwide, now beginning its broadcast transmissions to Europe, North America, and the world.
1997, Blogger Die. Okay, thank you. I have I think my first QSL card, which is WRNO Rock of the World, is actually signed by Joe Costello at the time. And we're talking 1983-ish. Man. Brings us back in time, eh? And here's a little something else. We're going to have a little bit of South Africa. South Africa. This was one of my favorite stations. Even though, yeah, it was apartheid, was rough times. If you guys remember in the 80s, there was the band was Artists Against Apartheid. What was it? With We Ain't Gonna Play Sun City. Remember that song, guys? So, Radio RSA. Let's check it out here. Radio South Africa. And here's this one, I believe. I'm going to check this one. From 1977. Now this brings me back in time like you don't. It's just crazy. This, for me, was one of the most beautiful interval signals on shortwave.
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Hey, Nissan Greenwich, nice to have you here. Man, this really, really brings me back in time. Donny Ramsundar, nice to have you here from Trinidad and Island in the Caribbean. Hey, Thomas Gitz, nice to have you here. Tom and Susie. Hey, Chris66, nice to have you here. Heat Mover 144, nice to have you here.
Six hours, Greenwich Mean Time. 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the voice of South Africa, Radio RSA. Calling West Africa on 25,790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band. 21.
Take care, Matt. Have a good supper.
In the 13
or good dinner.
And 17,780 kilohertz.
25,790. The only QSL I have here from 11-meter band. Okay. Transworld Radio via Bonaire. Let's see if we got a recording of that here. Bonaire in the Netherlands Antilles. Bonaire. For me, being a teenager listening to shortwave in the 80s, everything sounded exotic, you know. If you're outside of Montreal, everything's exotic. Transworld Radio, English, 1976, from Bonaire. Let's see this one, what it sounds like. And there's another one that's multilingual. Oh, man. I remember that.
Times World Radio, broadcasting from the sunshiny island of Bonaire in the Netherlands Antilles, the international sound of the Caribbean.
You know, the story I have with this, back in the days that we're listening to in the 80s, Transworld Radio Bonaire had a news bulletin at something like 8 a.m. I would leave for school at 8:35 to be in school for 8:50 and get in my first class. So I had time to listen to like 5 or 10 minutes news bulletin, and then I would leave walking because the school was just at the corner street. And I would listen to the news bulletin from Transworld Radio Bonaire on my shortwave receiver, and I remember the frequency was 11815. And then I would go to school. That was my, like, I'm listening to Transworld Radio Bonaire and the Caribbean, and now I'm going to school today. That was my teenage life for a while. Okay, let's see. What other broadcasts you guys want to hear? I just moved a little too much, so I lost it, but I'm going to be back here. So where were we? Now, Swiss Radio International. Let's get a Swiss Radio International broadcast here. Let's get something. So I'm going to open the second page, YouTube. And I got two things running, intervalsignals.net and YouTube. Swiss Radio International. They were also on the 11-meter band, if I'm not mistaken. International, no. Okay, too much alcohol here. Swiss Radio 12035, September 29th, 1990. So that's not that far away.
Was restored.
0.035.
Le nostre trasmissioni proseguono in lingua inglese.
That's one transmission.
It's 4 hours coordinated universal time. Swiss Radio International is on the air to North America on 6.135, 9.650, 9.885, and 12.035 megahertz. Stay tuned for Dateline.
Okay, Carlos Rubens, Radio Argentina, all exterior. And by the way, Carlos, you know that RAE Argentina is on WRMI every week.
Current affairs from Switzerland. I'll be back right after the news. The United States President...
I'm going to put the interval signal, don't worry.
...exiled Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Jabir al-Ahmed al-Sabah, that the U.S. will not rest until Iraqi forces are driven out of Kuwait. Mr. Bush, after a meeting with the Emir in
It also brings back time.
Agreed that all options had to be
Kuwait, Iraq invasion, all of that.
The Iraqi occupation was
So
ended,
Switzerland.
and Kuwait's legitimate government was restored.
And here is
the U.S. National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft
Here is
said after the meeting that the Emir had spoken of widespread
So I'm going
destruction
to stop
and
that.
looting.
And there was the two bombs also on Switzerland, Swiss Radio International. Here is Swiss Radio International. 19. So wait, I'm going to need a real good one here. What's that? External Swiss Radio International. Here is the interval signal.
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. Stay tuned for our programs to Southwest Europe in English, German, French, and Italian on 15.315 megahertz.
Swiss Radio International.
Oh, really? Red stick him? On a VIC
Radio
20.
Suisse Internationale.
Hey, Mike WX50.
Le journal Vanda Yanka.
The two Bobs, yep. Nice to have you here, Kev Michael.
Schweizer Radio International.
Radio Svizzera Internazionale. Studio aperto. Care amiche, cari amici, buona domenica da Esther Vidame.
Deutsche Welle. Ah, that's a nice one. Deutsche Welle. That was, I find it sad because Deutsche Welle was a nice news service. And I know they're focusing on very specific African languages, but man, I'm going to do one thing here. Okay, we're going to do two things about Germany. So the Deutsche Welle, but Germany had one very specific thing happening in the 80s when I was listening. And Germany was separated in two different states. There was the East Germans, the West Germans. We were in the Cold War. And so there was Radio Berlin International from the east side, and there was the Deutsche Welle, which was the west side broadcast of the Western German. And I want to have both tonight because, honestly, I enjoyed Radio Berlin International broadcasts, and I enjoyed Deutsche Welle. Once again, didn't turn me into a communist. But you know what? We had those choices back then. So vintage Radio Berlin International, and we're going to play. Let me just find this one here. Radio Berlin International. Radio Berlin, external. Let me just find the correct one here. Because there's one that's really nice. Radio Berlin International. I remember I got a magazine. So here's the final broadcast of Radio Berlin International from 1990 when the Iron Curtain just got ripped apart. This brings me back in time. You have no idea, guys. I'm in a very, very nostalgic mood.
To Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic, with a program of news, current affairs and features for listeners in Europe. We begin with the news.
First, the main points of the news. At the CSCE Foreign Ministers meeting in New York, the GDR has acknowledged the duty of Germans to help preserve peace.
As I was still, young adult, late teenager,
of the two German states.
I didn't totally grasp how important it was happening. The tear down of the wall and the breakup of the Soviet Union. I just didn't grasp all of that.
And that was the final news bulletin from the English section of Radio Berlin International. My name is Robin Mitchell.
This guy is pissed off. Listen to his speech.
German Democratic Republic for you. At midnight tonight, my country, the German Democratic Republic, will cease to exist. Earlier this year, the two leading Christian Democrats of the two Germanys said, no one will be worse off than before, once Germany is united. Well, I would like to point out two errors. One is that there are already more than 2 million people in this country who are out of a job and far worse off than before. And the second error is that there is no unification of two Germanys, but rather an annexation of the leftovers of 40 years of so-called socialism by the Big Brother. And that is exactly what has happened between Deutsche Welle of Cologne and Radio Berlin International. After much sweet talk about a fusion and merger on an equal footing, what is happening is that Radio Berlin International will disappear tonight, and that Deutsche Welle will have taken over our frequencies and our transmitters tomorrow. Out of a total staff of 250 RBI employees, a mere handful might get a new job with Deutsche Welle. Thus, like for so many in this country, Unification Day spells unemployment for many of my colleagues. The champagne of jubilation has a very bitter taste to it. But let's turn to our final program. First off, Wolfram Bierenstein will present his press review of the last GDR papers. Then, both the director of Radio Berlin International and
So this is a guy that's not happy with what's happening. And do you know that when the transmission ended on the Radio Berlin International last broadcast, they played the end by the Doors before they left on the air. Hey, Mickey Dolmage, nice to have you here. And you'll celebrate your 50th year on August 23rd. So, you know what? We're 10 years apart. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And, man, time goes so fast. It's incredible, eh, guys? So, I'm going to try to, we're try not to do 6 hours of shows, but honestly, right now, I'm in a mood where let's just have fun. So if you have requests of any stations that I haven't played yet, we're going to continue with Radio Exterior de España. But did you know that Spain had different names over time and different interval signals? So at first it was the Voice of Spain. It became the Spanish Foreign Radio. And then it became Radio Exterior de España. Do you know that? Huh? Did you know that trivia? I know some of you did, but let's go with Spain. So Spain, I think, and if my memory is right, I think Spain was one of the first broadcasts I heard the first night I tuned my DX100 receiver here. Spain. So, we're going to start with external. Spain. I don't have everything here. Let me just radio. Okay, let me check it out here. External. So this is, of course, very current. Radio Exterior de España. So that's very, very now. In 1965,
Radio Nacional de España.
Radio Nacional de España transmite para Hispanoamérica desde el otro lado del Atlántico.
Well, it's tough to find. You know what? Spanish foreign radio is tough to find a interval signal. I'm trying to find one. That was a time. Spanish foreign radio. What else do we have here? Generalia 82. Is that the one? Let's try this one. 82. Yeah, that was the one I heard when I was listening to Shortwave, Spanish foreign radio. You guys remember this one? Gotta restart this one. That was the one. Salut Christian Marcoux. Christian, if you want to have an SDR, no hassle, no, you're going to have a learning curve because you're going to have the software, but SDR Play RSP1A is the one to get, the SDR Play RSP1A. It's the entry level SDR that you're going to be happy to use. It's about 100, and here in Canada it's like 140, 50, but that's the one to get. Okay. Arthur's Out of Crafter's Kitchen. Yes, that's the one that I got acquainted to. Honestly, Spanish foreign radio. That was Spain for me in the days. Okay, HCJB. So let's find stuff from HCJB. First of all, let's go to what I have here. HCJB. Everybody repeat in French. HCJB. Ecuador. Where's Ecuador? It's here. If I remember my alphabet correctly. Ecuador. So Ecuador was definitely one of the exotic ones. So here we have Voice of the Andes, 1976. So what does that sound like?
Está en sintonía con HCJB La Voz de los Andes, transmitiendo desde Quito, capital de la República del Ecuador, en la América del Sur.
This is the Voice of the Andes radio station HCJB, heralding Christ Jesus blessings in 13 languages around the world from Quito, Ecuador in South America. For a copy of our international program schedule write to HCJB, Box 691, Quito, Ecuador.
HCJB was one of the popular ones for us guys, eh? Remember finding so exotic listening to Ecuador in South America. So there was an interval signal. I will say, and I will be very honest, I always thought this interval signal was the most annoying interval signal of all the shortwave broadcasters. I loved HCJB, but boy, was that annoying. Let's go to... Wow, that recording is bad.
Just a quick, let me think now. I think it's about an 11-hour drive, if I remember back, from last July, Popayan, Colombia. And that is where Yimber Gaviria
DX Party Line. Wow, this one is bad. Let's try to get a better one. Better one here. DX Party Line. That was probably one of the best shows. Well, there were a lot of interesting shows. What's interesting, you know what I would say, okay? You guys probably have felt the way I am about religion and all of that. And I respect everything. You know, you gotta believe in God. It's right. But I have a very hard time with shove it in your face, Jesus. And that's what we have as shortwave stations and stations in general today. It's like, you know, shove it in your face, Jesus. HCJB was a Christian broadcaster. I don't have a problem with that. And the way they did it in a way that they didn't shove it in your face. They would have interesting programs and be able to talk about what they want to talk about without being too heavy on it. And, you know, I respect that. Honestly, that's what I respect. DX Party Line, guys. DX Party Lane. Let's see that here. The hell? Trying to find a correct version. Not this. The X Party Line. HCJB. I'm gonna get one somewhere. Okay, let's start with this one.
DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line. It's Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you I'm sure have heard that we'll be leaving Quito soon. And this is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party Line. It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners. But we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution.
Hey, Brian Penny.
And help. Well, that's enough of that type of beginning for the program. Let's get on with the business that's ahead of us. And we would like to encourage you to write to us. Write to the DX Party Line. Don't write to me anymore. Write to John Beck, who will be taking over the broadcast. That last name, Beck, is spelled B-E-C-K. Write to John Beck, and I'm sure you'll find he'll cooperate just as much as I've tried to in the past. Our address is the
HCJB DX Party Line.
Care of HCJB, Box 691, Quito, Ecuador, South America. This is Monday. We're starting a new week. And as usual on the Monday broadcast, we'd like to welcome a few new members to our Andex Club.
The Andex Club. Who remembers the Andex Club?
Let me just mention again that if you don't have information on the club, if you haven't heard of it before, you'd like information, just write to us here at that same address, the DX Party Line, care of HCJB.
Yeah, the Andex Club. I was part of it for a couple of years. Let's see here. Any other info? Any other interesting? Okay, let's check it out. Any other stations, guys? Celebi frequently transmitted in Botswana. Yeah, of course. I receive those broadcasts regularly. Joe Rogan podcast. I've heard, but I've never really listened to a Joe Rogan podcast, honestly. Turok Tim, Radio Annoyed, Radio Peking from the 60s. Classical propaganda. Oh, man. Yeah, Cold War nostalgia, definitely. Everett Money. My favorite shows that talk about radio right now, there's AWR Wavescan, which still is a great show. World of Radio's a show from Glenn Hauser is also a great show to listen to right now. Mita Lunar, was there ever a time you wanted to work at a radio station, or did you ever work at one, either on the air or behind the scenes? Back in the days, I always wanted to listen to work at a radio station. It was something that I wanted. It never came, I didn't have because to work at a radio station, you have to have certain backgrounds and all of that, and I didn't have any of it. Plus, I'm going to talk a little bit about the past. And by the way, post if you have stuff that you want to hear, post it, because I'll play it. Okay, I'm just gonna go pee because I really need to pee. Sorry for sharing this moment, but I'm gonna leave you with a broadcast though. I'm gonna leave you with a little something that you can listen to while I am going to go do my little thing here. Let's leave you guys with Sweden calling the Xers. I like that YouTube is actually suggesting me Sweden calling cows. So Sweden calling the Xers. Well, I go pee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. And if you want to have something played, put it in the chat.
Welcome to edition number 1575 of Sweden Calling the Xers. And today's program was compiled with the help of 65 contributors. And this week we'll start off with some publications. First of all, Mickey Vasella has just published the third issue of External Services of African Stations. This is issued on a regular basis each March, May, September, and November as a free supplement for the subscribers to QTH Africa, which comes out every 10 days. External Services of African Stations is also available separately for 2 IRCs, and that's for airmail anywhere in the world. If you're interested, you could write to QTH Africa, Post Office Box 28250, Pretoria, 0132, South Africa. You've also asked Mickey about QTH Africa itself, because that's a very interesting guide to changes in the African radio scene. We've received the first issue of the monthly reports of the Asian Broadcasting Institute. It's 7 pages in length, and this issues a comprehensive listing of schedules of various stations in China and Taiwan. A 12-month subscription costs 4,000 yen for overseas airmail, and they say that they want to be paid in yen, so you're going to have to go to your local bank and find out how much 4,000 yen comes out to in your local currency. If you're interested, you can write to the Asian Broadcasting Institute, CPO Box 1334, Tokyo 100-91 in Japan. It's time to go on to this week's DX tips. All times, as usually, are in Greenwich Mean Time. And I thought we'd start off with something from China that was contained in this edition of the monthly reports of the Asian Broadcasting Institute. This particular item was contributed by Tetsuya Kondo. And he writes that the Central People's Broadcasting Station, first and second
Am I still alive? Just asking you guys if you can answer right now.
They're currently broadcast
my
between
streaming software is frozen, but I'm not sure if I'm still live.
0520 and 0530 and 10:35
yes? Okay,
up
thank
to
you.
10:40 hours in the first program.
Because everything's frozen
the second
on
program,
the streaming.
Between 0205
I'm just
and
hoping
0215,
I'm still there. Okay.
11:20 up to 11:25.
Because I won't be able to verify that.
14:40 and between 20.
Okay. Some of those weird things happening. I was like, oh no, I don't want, I don't want it to stop right now. Okay. Okay. What else do we have? So we're going to check out what we can do. So this is definitely totally frozen there. So I don't even know if I'm live or not anymore. So I'm going to lower this here. I can even do that. That window is totally frozen. Okay. I just won't play with it and don't, when they say don't try to fix it when it's still working. Okay, guys. The only thing I have is the chat room here. So HCJB went off the air somewhere in like 2010, 12, something. I don't remember the exact year. They're still on the air officially on shortwave with their local relay, their local broadcast from Ecuador on 6050. And if you're lucky and you like the Ecuadorian music they played, they still have some Ecuadorian music that will bring you back in time on 6050 in the evening. But yeah, unfortunately. Dave Slauson, nice to have you here. WPE1 EDS. Live from Montreal. It's Saturday night. That window is totally frozen. You guys heard it. Look, when I play with the window, I'm not gonna play too much, but if I play with the window, look at that. Oh. Am I back? Oh, I'm back. The window unfroze. You guys heard it. Pretty sure. That little windows. You're in. That little windows, like very soft. You're in trouble. Something is wrong. Okay. What else do we have here? Let me check. Anything that you guys want to hear? Anything you guys want to hear? Vatican Radio. It's still on the air, by the way. You can still listen to Vatican Radio. Well, you know what? Dr. Sisop, this is not only a Windows 11 machine, it's a Windows 11 dev channel machine. So it's like totally testing. Vatican Radio can still be heard, by the way. And if you don't know, Vatican Radio actually has one of the greatest news sources of Africa. If you get the African service, which is pretty much the only service they have, you'll hear news stories of what's happening in Africa you don't hear anywhere else. I am amazed at how good their news service is. It's not just, in the 80s, I remember being kind of a little, as a teenager, being a little kind of off with QSL cards with the Pope, John Paul II. But at the same time, they have a great news service. Vatican Radio. So you guys want to hear the interval signal? It's not bad interval signal, actually.
Laudetur Jesus Christus.
Welcome to Vatican Radio's English service for South Asia. Our morning broadcast begins at 1:38
And now
a.m.
is the
UTC
same.
or 7:08 a.m. Indian Standard Time on the 41 and 49 meter band.
Here's the same one from 1982. It's less full of instruments or somehow, or the recording's bad. Radio Tirana. RV wants Radio Tirana. So, we'll have
Laudetur Jesus Christus. This is Vatican Radio.
Yeah, that was the Vatican Radio at the time. So Albania. So you guys, there's a very beautiful Radio Tirana interval signal of today, but there was a very harsh one back in the 80s. So the first time I listened to Radio Tirana, I remember I listened to the French service. I was with a friend of mine, and I was like, oh, French service of Radio Tirana. This is what pretty much the interval signal sounded like back in the 80s. You're a communist and you better believe it. With the humming of the Russian transmitters. The interval signal
This is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana. With news for broadcast in the English language.
Now, believe it or not, the interval signal is called with a pickaxe and a rifle. That was very Cold War. And I was part of a Quebec club called the Canadian Club en Cours du Québec, which was COCQ. They had a contest where we had to listen to different signals, and it would give points. 10 points to listen to Voice of America, 10 points to listen to, Voice of Turkey, and so on. And the last challenge was 1,000 points if you hear Radio Tirana's announcer, that women that you just heard, ever laughing on the broadcast. Oh, man, that was in the days. Now, today's interval signal is much sweeter. And this is what it sounds like today. This is actually beautiful. So this is really nice. Take care, Francis Moore. But that interval signal is nice, much nicer than the original Radio Toronto broadcasts. I saw somebody say, "Did we do any Asian interval signals?" You're right about that. You know what? My first time VE3VVZ. Nice to have you here. Rattling animal bells, voice of Greece, followed by a shepherd's flute. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna keep that here. I'm actually trying the laptop to get everyone's requests. So I'm gonna go do. Let's go to Asia a little bit. One of the interval signals and one of the stations that were very, very. It was summer vacation for a geek radio shortwave guy. You know what did what did teenagers do in the 80s? You know, they were to hang out, they would do stuff. That was the oddball, like loners, solitary guy that just listened to shortwave, which for some at the time probably would be like a loser. It was like, no, I'm so happy. I'm so happy it happened. And I guess it's 1983, 84. I stumbled upon an interval signal that I find mesmerizing. One of those interval signals that you just glued to your radio and it's like, wow, I never heard this before. What is it? And I'm going to play it right now. It's still the same today, by the way, and the station's still on the air today. Slight change of name, but still on the air today. So I'm back in 1982, and I get an interval signal. It's early morning, in my summer vacation, and so we're in 1983. Probably that's probably the year after, and I'm wondering what that is, and I am so amazed when I hear the identification, but I'm even more amazed when a couple of weeks after I get my first QSL card in the mail. So this is what it was back in 1983 summertime.
This is Radio Korea, the overseas service of the Korean Broadcasting System, Seoul, Korea.
라디오 한국 KBS 국제 방송입니다. 서울 서울입니다.
Hey, fast load.
This is Seoul, the capital of the Republic of Korea.
This brings me back to 1983 and my summer vacation. Totally right now. Back then, they were called Radio Korea back then. Today, it's what's called KBS World Radio. They're still on. They were on 15575, sorry. 15575 back then. They're still at 15575 today. And you can hear them at 13 UTC in English. Same interval signal today, by the way. But back then it was something exotic. South Korea. And I just was mesmerized. It was my summer vacation of 1983. Geek shortwave guy, And you have to try it in the summer. So you have to try it now, James. Now's the time. And 15575, 13 hours UTC. Try it. Now's the time. Especially with the solar activity higher. That's your chance. It's a tough one. I have the Ken Michael. I have the Korean Olympics QSL card too. I have the QSL card that represents the Pope John Paul II visit to Korea. Also. So that is one of those Asian ones. The other one that was tough. There were a lot of relays. Today we have relays on shortwave. So the relays actually are helping us receive stations that were tough back in the day. There's a lot more relays today. But back then, China was not relayed much. Japan, there was the Gabon relay, but most of Japan was direct from the Yamata transmitter site. So it was a tough one to get these stations back then. Another station that was, a great one, and one of the stations with the most beautiful QSL cards ever, of course, Radio Japan. So Radio Japan, let's check it out here with this. Arturo 15575 in California at 13 UTC should come in pretty well if conditions are good. Try it every day this week. You're going to get it.
NHK の国際放送です。東京からお送りします。This is Radio Japan, the overseas broadcasting service, and NHK in Tokyo.
Toys from Nuremberg. Patrick Fitzpatrick, nice to have you here.
Good evening, everyone. This is Radio Japan, the overseas service of NHK in Tokyo.
Well, that is nice. Tahiti, I don't think they had an interval signal particularly, but let's check out what I have here. Let's check out Tahiti. Because it was Radio France Outre-mer. It was the RFO broadcast that was from Tahiti. So I remember I listened to them because it was in French, and I could listen to them. The advantage of speaking French. So Tahiti. Where is it? Tahiti. Trying to find RS Taiwan. Trying to find. I don't have Polynesia. Maybe it's in the wrong category here. Polynesia, maybe it was in Polynesia. OP. don't have any. Okay. I have something here. If I go here to RFO at ET shortwave. There. Vintage RFO Tahiti 15170. There we go. Check that out. That's about a week. It's very weak. It's there. Take care, Arturo. Stay safe. See you next time. Yeah, same here, Doug Noble. It was very weak. I remember it was weak, but man, I was so happy to hear Radio Japan.
Radio Tahiti are happy to end English by radio. Any further information or queries about the...
I can play it again. I didn't play the interval signal, actually. Blog or die. Let's play it. RCI, or you guys that miss what Canada was all about on the airwaves, and that a guy like me is very sad. You know, for the price that it cost, very sad to see that it was gone. So here's a little sad moment for Canada and for what Canada represented around the world.
Radio Canada International.
Radio-Canada International.
Radio Canada International.
Radio-Canada International.
Ici Radio-Canada International. Nous diffusons vers l'Europe, l'Afrique et le Moyen-Orient sur 17 820, 15 150, 13 690, 13 650, 11 945, 9 805, 7 235, 5 995 et 5 925 kHz dans les bandes des 16, 19, 22, 25, 31, 41 et 49 mètres.
Говорит Канада. В эфире Международное канадское радио. Эту передачу можно слушать на волнах 16, 19, 25, 31, 41 и 49 метров на следующих частотах 6150, 6185, 7265, 9555, 11935, 15325 и 17.
Man, I remember that and listening to Radio Canada back in the day. Okay, let's go to a couple of my... okay, if I want to go back in time in my first night. So, I'm in my first evening of shortwave. We're 1982, August 1982. And I'm tuning the venerable DX100. That is right here. And this is so weird because that screen is so far away in time of where I am in reality. Let me just move that here. There we go. Oh, I think here it is. Thank you. I just realized something. So, sorry for my crotch. So we got the DX100 right here, which is the first receiver that I got. This is the radio that in August. And you know what? We're August the 20th. And I'm pretty sure we're very close to the actual evening of my first shortwave listening with this radio. And back then, there was a lot of stuff. So we're going to actually do a little bit of kind of going to that night of 1982 when I tuned my radio for the first time. Okay? One of the stations I could have heard back in that first evening. So one of them was possibly this station that was radio. Let me just check it out here. External. Okay. External. This is one of the stations I heard that evening, possibly.
Radio Bulgaria.
And yes, it was called Radio Sofia back in the day. Radio Sofia back in the day. It became Radio Bulgaria after the Cold War ended. Oh yeah, Robbie Strike, Emily 30 camping. Wow, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you got some amazing reception there. Man. Air 24 fan, I got goosebumps just listening to you talk about this show. Oh, man. Pretty crazy. So that was one. What else could I've been hearing? And I remember, and I'm pretty sure that this was because back then there was an evening transmission from a station that was from Israel. And I am pretty sure that I heard this external service of Israel. Just check to find the correct one here. Domestic. Then I always found the interval signal was very harsh. So this was probably what I heard that night.
This is Israel broadcasting from Jerusalem. Good morning, everyone. The time is 7 o'clock, 05 hours Greenwich Mean Time.
Israel ditzin Jiddisch von Jerusalem. Shalom und a guten Abend alle unsere Zuhörer.
BBC interval signals. BBC. So, if we look at the BBC, they have several interval signals. So let's go to United Kingdom. BBC World Service. And let's check out the different things here. So we've got BBC World Service. English. Where's English here? Hold it. Yeah, overseas service. Eastern relay. Eastern, let's check out what's in here. Spanish type. Overseas club. Portuguese. French. There are different. Okay, here's this is one that I remember from 5975 back in the day. They played the Lili Bolero.
You're tuned to the General Overseas Service of the BBC. This is the British Broadcasting Corporation.
But it was not exactly like that. Let me go back here. And I'm going to play the one that's really rockin'. I'm going to call it rockin'. Lili Bolero BBC. One that's really rockin'. Got it here somewhere. BBC World Service. And there it goes. Lili Bolero. Must be one here. Here we go.
BBC World Service. We're now closing on 15.22 megahertz. We continue on 17.84 and
a DX100. A DX100 is really bad compared to a satellite is 750. I can tell you that.
This is London.
It is 24 hours in the UK. This is the BBC World Service. I got the great voice for radio, right? It's like, this is the BBC World Service. Tonight in the news, we have this guy from Canada doing a shortwave history after 40 years of listening. And one other station that I have fond memories of a summer vacation. Okay? Summer vacation. And I would listen to their, we had high solar activity back in the day of the 80s. So it was kind of, all the high frequencies, even at night, were broadcasting. And or propagating, and I would listen to. You guys remember a station from? Let's check it out here. There must be some. It's all domestic, but there must be some external service to it. So, anyways, back in the day, there was this United Arab Emirates Radio. And it's interesting because it just says domestic here. I'm sure there was some international service. I mean, they were broadcasting to North America. United Arab Emirates. Shortwave. And, yeah. So here's United Arab Emirates Radio, Desert Storm, 1990.
Our English service. We hope that you enjoy them, and we welcome your comments. Good listening.
This is United Arab Emirates Radio in Dubai on 92 MHz FM. We're also transmitting in our external services to North America on frequencies of 7945, 15425, 16400, and 13675 kHz, in the 25, 19, and 13 bands.
Yep, United Arab Emirates Radio. Man. Let me check out. So, a little bit of history. I started, of course, and then I went to scanner radios for a while. I think we had, I don't know if you guys, but I had the scanner scanners, the scanner craze of late 80s, early 90s, and it's kind of fun. And, there's still some interesting stuff out there, but it's a little more boring when you compare it today. But I had a lot of stuff. One station I miss from shortwave, definitely, of course, is this station here. Who knows who this is? Let me know. This is from vintage external. Where's the external? Okay. From 2004. Here we go. What is this? This was my great favorite stations of the 80s.
Radio Sweden, Stockholm. Ni lyssnar till Radio Sweden, Stockholm. Vi sänder nu ett program på svenska till Europa och Afrika på 6065 och 11595 kilohertz. Radio Sweden, Stockholm.
And that brings back memories. Next one, another Nordic country. Another Nordic country.
You're listening to Radio Sweden, broadcasting to Europe on shortwave 606.
Another Nordic
Dette
country.
Norge. This is Radio Norway
Yeah, of
International.
course. It was so relaxing.
This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International, broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 MHz, to Australia on 17.81, and to Europe on 9.59 MHz.
And another Nordic country. Yeah, I know, Skip.
Suomen Yleisradio. Kansainväliset taajuutemme tämän tunnin aikana ovat Euroopassa 11.755.
Whatever you said.
Suomen Yleisradio. Kansainväliset taajuutemme tämän tunnin aikana ovat Euroopassa 11.755, 963.
Radio Finland. All these stations that, like Radio Norway, it was only on Sunday in English. Why? Why you do that? I miss Radio Sweden. It was one of the top stations I'd listened to back then. Boy, this is interesting. Let's see. So we have a station that's still on the air today. I'm going to play interval signal. Who knows what station's still on the air today that had a very different interval signal back in the 80s? So, what is it? What is it? It's still on the air today, but via a relay of WRMI. It is Radio Prague, but that was the communist days of the Czechoslovakia Radio Prague. Today, of course, it's different. They are in their own little country of the Czech Republic. So today, it sounds like, well, they changed it, but this is pretty much what Radio Prague sounds like today. Now, even that is not accurately close to today because they did have an upgrade. I'm just going to check it out here if that one is up to date. No. So they updated, and that website doesn't have the update, but it's still updated a little bit more. But back in the days of the Czechoslovakia. And Czechoslovakia. Okay, how about we get you guys something from... Let's see here. What are we going to get here? Something of interest from the good old days of radio. Trying to find a good country here. What station played? So, hint. Station from Europe that never had English broadcasts, but was on shortwave. And here we go. So, what is that? Kev Michael. Yep. Mike WDX50. Radio Denmark.
Til Radio Denmark. You're listening to Radio Denmark, Copenhagen, Denmark.
Okay. Stations that were on the air, but I always found weird. They never were in English also. And here is a station. It was always domestic, but we could hear them at very weird times on weird frequencies. Think of a Nordic country. And here's one. What is that? Now, this was a very weird transmission, specific times, odd times. They weren't on, like, you know, at the top of the hour. They were a few 5-10 minutes later. They were in anything else than English. It was a Nordic country, a small island. So there's one good answer right now. Yes, it's Iceland, and it was Radio Riki Suvarpid. So Riki Suvarpid. I think they were even in single sideband, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, here's one that left shortwave not that long ago, and it's a little sad. So here's their interval signal. Got it a few times in English, actually, in the past year or two. So let's unfortunately say goodbye to this station. It's sad because I think it was much appreciated. If I can find a proper yeah, that's okay. Domestic external. Is it this one? Yep, maybe this one. Here we go.
Εδώ Αθήνα. Η φωνή της Ελλάδας.
This is Athens. You are listening to the voice of Greece.
Add this interval signal.
What's your favorite radio station?
I'll be tuned. I'll be present.
Sorry, wrong one. Is this one? I think this one is okay. African country. Now, keep in mind that apparently all the sounds you hear were created by human voices. It was not animals, it was humans creating and imitating the animal sounds in here. So, an African country. Indeed, Radio Botswana. That interval signal was so easy to hear on the tropical bands. It was crazy. What else do we have that I can, before we leave? We've been on for what now? Well, I've been on for more than 4 hours. It's really a 40 years anniversary. Oh, This is one. Can you guys guess? Can you guys guess this station, which could be heard back in the 80s? This is Portuguese. There's no year on it. Let's see if it actually has the correct interval signal. Nope. That's not the one I want. Oh, here we go. I think this one's going to be good. So, what station is this? Okay, guys, what was that? I remember I was listening to that station. Come on. It's not Cuba. Tough one, eh? So they had a interval signal. They had a station on the air in English back in the 80s. Europe, not far from Spain. Portugal, yes. It was Portugal.
This is Radio Portugal, broadcasting from Lisbon through the International Today, the news will be followed by our choice of music.
Okay. This station one of the communist countries of the days in Europe. They changed their interval signal after the the communist era ended. Yes, it is Poland. We got a few good answers.
Polonia.
Fred Waterer and Miki Delmage. Radio Polonia.
Radio Polonia.
And Radio Polonia, of course, became a much softer interval signal after that. If we look at Polish radio, let me just find the correct one here. So this one, Polish radio, and I lost the correct one. So that was a harsh communist one. And then they came as external. Here we go. Radio Polonia sounded like this after.
Radio Polonia.
It was much softer. It's like the communist era was gone. Okay, trivia. An island in the South Pacific Ocean that had a once-a-year broadcast. What was it? Trivia time. A South Atlantic Ocean that had a once-a-year broadcast. Solomon Islands in the Pacific. Yes. David in Barcelona got it. St. Helena. Absolutely. And here's a little vintage of that from those good old days when they had their transmissions. Absolutely. And single sideband on 11092.5 kilohertz. Take care, Rob. Always nice to have you here.
Special transmission from radio station operating on a frequency of 1109.25 kilohertz USD. We are also transmitting the medium wave band on a frequency of 1538 kilohertz 193 meters on the medium wave band.
So that was something. I remember that was the event every single year where we wanted to actually listen in. I mean, man, that was so cool. Let me just check some stuff here. Anything interesting here that I can relate to? Let's go here. Trivia. Again, trivia. Let's talk about a station. Try to get the country here. Station that broadcasts on 4980 kilohertz in the 60-meter band. Always very powerful in North America. In Spanish. From what South American country? 4980 kilohertz. Hey, Morrison Navy. Nice to have you here. Take care, Constantine. B3 VVZ. 4980 kilohertz. In Spanish. A station that was one of the top powerful Spanish stations from South America. And this was the station.
Esta es Ecos del Torbes, su emisora predilecta. Estaciones YVOC, 4980 kHz, banda de 60 metros. YVOD, 780 kHz, banda local. YVSC, 9640 kHz, banda internacional de 31 metros.
They ended up
Y
on
para el mundo
4980.
entero a través de la red.
Ecos del Torbes. Ecos del Torbes. Now, this is an old interval signal of a station. An old interval signal from a station we actually tuned in today. So we actually tuned into this station today. But they had a different interval signal in the 80s. So, what is this station? Whoop. Sorry, guys. Wrong interval signal. I'm going to get the correct one. Here it is. This should be the correct one. We heard this station today, but the interval signal is extremely different. What is this station? It is Miki Dalmich. You win the first prize tonight. The Voice of Turkey. Yep, Lock 2112. Today's interval signal of a Voice of Turkey is this one. So Voice of Turkey. Yep, a lot of stations have changed over time, eh? Oh, man. What else can I check out here? That would be of interest. Okay. Here we go. Vintage clips. Let's check that out. And anything external from here. There we go. Okay. I'm trying to find stuff. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Huh. No, that's not what I want. There must be some interesting stuff here. Commercial, national. Okay. Nope, that's not what I want. Roger Schultzman's Radio Canada International, like a lot of people. A lot of people. There we go. So, hey guys, I think we had a nice 40th anniversary show today. And we're going to end with a little classic. I think it's time that I take it easy for the rest of the night, tuning my Realistic DX100. Willie has Sri Lanka 11905 and 40 more on shortwave. It's going to be interesting to see what's on shortwave in 40. So take care, guys. And how about we end this with our classic of just nice broadcasts that was always and will always stay in my memory. So thanks for the donations, guys. Still not too late. Want to get a little something. I am getting a $1,000 radio. It mightn't be bad on Tuesday. So if you don't want me to cry on the radio, kidding. Thanks, guys, for everything you do. Thanks for those that donated. If you did not donate, don't feel bad. It's all right. It's like, it's not something you have to do. I'm happy to do this, and I'm happy to be here. So, hey, guys, stay safe. And let's start it off. Thanks for the donations, guys. Love you guys. All the love in the world. Long live Shortwave. 40 more years. Take care, everybody. Love you all. Thank you for being here on this 40 years of my shortwave life. And you're part of it. Bye, guys. Stay safe, okay?